Okay. Looks like everything is good now. So good evening, everybody, once again. Thank you very much for joining us on YouTube and Facebook and TikTok and Twitter. Thank you. Again, if you're on TikTok, please don't stop power tapping. Let's like the live and share as well. Please power tap. Okay. And also click on the out icon up here to join the team. If you're already a member, just drop a heart to me or drop a gift and let's power tap together so we can push it live to the FYP. Thank you very much. For those of us on YouTube and on Facebook, please like and share. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Just a second. I want to just, finish up with YouTube, then we can get started. So with all the introduction I did, I'm going to have to do it again. God is good. YouTube, the numbers need to go up, please. We're trying, but we can do better. So please, let's power tap. Okay, we're good. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's a beautiful Thursday evening. It's Thursday. I have to get used to it. Lovely Thursday evening. And like I said earlier, going forward, we're going to tweak our schedule just a little bit. So we'll be having, of course, we always have our live shows and then our replays. We've been having 3 live shows and then 2 replays. But going forward, we're going to be having 2 live shows and 3 replays. And the reason is so that we can have more time to study. All right. And the reason I say that is because apart from having the live shows, it takes a long time to edit. So you end up having lots of videos that you have to put out there eventually. So please, going forward, we'll be having live sessions on Mondays and Thursdays, and then we'll have our replays on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So we're still going to be here every weekday, Monday to Friday. Every day we'll be here, Monday to Friday, and we're either live on camera or we're having a replay, but we're having conversations regardless. And I think the replays will also help us to discuss some things. Right, discuss certain details that we may omit, right? It's possible that could have been omitted on having live conversation. And also, if you'd like to contribute, you can do it while we're having live sessions or during the replays. The floor is yours. All right, thank you very much for that. Now let's get started. Like I said earlier, we're starting a new series today. Awolowo on trial, why Awolowo was tried for treason. And we're starting that series because so last week, somebody came up to ask a question, and the person quoted a particular book by Max Yolon, Oil, Politics and Violence, where the author talked about what Sami Koko had said about, going to Ghana to be part of this training. And, and then somehow he was able to create some kind of conclusion or inference, draw an inference that Papa must have been part of the whole thing, and I was there, and so on and so forth. So the person asked the question. I said that question, I couldn't just answer the question by saying yes or no. I think it's important to actually have a series of conversations on that particular topic. So we're starting that series today. Okay, Awolowo on trial. But before we get into all of that, we are going to have the news. So let's start with good news. People have been talking about the bad things that have happened today, and we'll get to that later. At least one major horrible thing. May God help us in this country. But this particular issue, let's start with something good. We'll come back to that one later. Anyway, so the MD operations, the MD of operations of World Bank was in Nigeria, and she had a meeting with her team with the president. Oh boy, let's slow down. The World Bank MD of operations was in Nigeria. Herself and her team had a meeting with the president, and she had very nice things to say about Nigeria's economy, and I think we should start on that very good note. So let's begin with this video from the World Bank MD of Operations, Anna Beard, and what she had to say to the president, our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Take a listen, please.
Get the results that you're looking at. Example, number of reforms at that time. And as your colleagues know, and my colleagues know, Nigeria is a frequent example in my discussions with people around the world, presidents around the world, policymakers around the world, investors around the world, because I think in these 2 years, the results that have been achieved are really commendable. And what I have particularly appreciated and followed, if I may also add, is your steady direction that you communicate to the people of Nigeria, as well as outside of Nigeria, of the importance of the reforms. Because that has given confidence and clarity that even when reform implementation can be difficult, there is no turning back. You're staying the course because it is what's needed to get the results that you're looking for. So this is a very powerful method, because many times it's easy to say we slow down or we change or we reverse. But I must say you've been very steady, and it has been very noted and from time to time quoted by myself as well. So I just wanted to share this with you, because 2 years ago you were very much at the launching stage, and here we are 2 years later with very strong results. And we heard it from the private sector in Lagos on Sunday as well as yesterday. And I think it's just remarkable and commendable. So just wanted to start with that.
All right, so that was the World Bank MD of Operations, Anna Beard, and I think that's it's good that people are acknowledging the progress we're making, and we hope that things get better in Nigeria. But we're not where we used to be, and that's good news. All right, moving on from there, we'll listen to the Chairman, CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabirewa, and this is for those of us who are living abroad. If you're on TikTok, please part, have this thing showing red. It means that there's something wrong with our engagement. So please, let's like and share. Anyway, let's quickly listen to this one before we go to the sad news. But this one is like an instruction or like an encouragement, if you may, to those of us who live outside the shores of Nigeria. Please take a listen to Honorable Abike Dabirewa.
You are the #1 ambassadors of Nigeria. What you project about your country is how they will treat you. Yeah. Talk negative about your country, they will treat you in a shabby manner. Look at you, you're looking beautiful, handsome, decent. Project the best of your country, Nigeria. We have a president who cares about the younger generation of Nigerians, is passionate about you and your welfare, and is determined to make Nigeria a better place because of you. He's taking hard decisions because he's sincere. A sincere person takes the hard decisions, because you will all appreciate those decisions later. So I appreciate all you're doing. The discipline you have here is to translate to your actions back home in Nigeria.
Something terrible happened in Kwara State yesterday, and a number of people have, shared the news, and I think it's also important to talk about it. I'll read from AFP News Agency. Gunmen killed at least 162 people in Nigeria's Kwara State in one of the deadliest attacks in the country in recent months, Red Cross officials said on Wednesday. This is from New Straits Times. It says gunmen killed at least 162 people in Nigeria's Kwara State in one of the deadliest attacks in the country in recent months, a Red Cross official said on Wednesday. The attack late Tuesday on a village in the West Central State came after, I think it's North Central they meant. North Central State came after the military recently carried out operations in the area against what it called terrorist elements, parts of Nigeria are plagued by armed gangs who loot villages and kidnap for ransom, as well as intercommunal violence in the central states and jihadist groups that are actively in the northeast and northwest. Reports said that the death toll now stands at 1. Baba Odeji, Kwara State Secretary of the Red Cross, said, updating an earlier toll of 67. Earlier, a local lawmaker in the Kaima region, Seidu Baba Ahmed, told the FP that between 35 to 40 bodies were counted from the attack on Tuesday evening. The attack was confirmed by police, who did not provide casualty figures, and the state government, which blamed terrorist cells. Many others escaped into the bush with gunshots, Ahmed said, adding that more bodies could be found. The gunmen invaded Woro village around 6 p.m. on Tuesday and set shops and the King's Palace ablaze, said Mohammed. He added that the traditional king's whereabouts was unknown. The king was named by the Red Cross official as Alhaji Saliu Umar. Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdurazak condemned the attack as a cowardly expression. I'll tell that again. Kwara State Governor Abdurrahman Abdurazak condemned the attack as a cowardly expression of frustration by terrorist cells following the ongoing counterterrorism campaigns in parts of the state. The Nigerian military has intensified operations against jihadists and armed bandits. The army regularly claims to have killed huge numbers of fighters. Last month, the military said it had launched a sustained coordinated offensive operations against terrorist elements in Kwara State and achieved notable successes. Local media reported that the media had neutralized 150 bandits, a term used to mean killed. They successfully neutralized terrorists while others managed to escape into the forest, the army said in a statement on January 30, adding it had cleared their hideouts. It's very sad that these things are still happening in Nigeria. Apparently, we need a total overhaul of security architecture in this country. There's a video I found of somebody in Jeba. Okay, it works with the traditional council in Jeba, calling for help. And I think I'd like to. It was an interview actually. I'd like to play that. Give me a second, please. Things like this, to be honest, there's really not much you can do about it. You know, you're not police, you're not army. You just hope that somehow, some way, the soldiers, the security agencies will do what they have to do, because this is actually too much. I found this video and I thought I should share with you. It's quite long. It's from Yoruba Times, by the way, but it's very long. I'll just play a bit of it. This is Omoba Ibrahim Adebara. He's the secretary to the HR, the king of Jeba, Oba Jeba. And it's also interesting that a lot of Yoruba people may not even realize this, that there are many Yoruba people. I mean, that Jeba is a Yoruba town, okay? And this is the secretary to the king talking about some of the challenges they have in that part of the country. Take a listen to this.
tí ẹ rò pé ìjọba lè dá sí tàbí aráàlú bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ bí security àbí àwọn àgbẹ̀ nílùú Jeba.
Well, máa kọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ààbò torí Jeba jẹ́ ìlú kan tó gbajúmọ̀ tó sì gbayì tí eléèbó ń pè pé famous tó wà famous. Irú bí mo ṣe lè fi Jeba wé ní ìjọ́hun òun ni Ìgbọ́kọ̀dá ti tòní ní abẹ́ Òkìtìpupa ní ilẹ̀ Ondo State, torí pé mo ṣiṣẹ́ lókìtìpupa ní Ìgbọ́kọ̀dá ní Olùwà Glass Company ló jẹ́ kí n mọ ọ̀rọ̀ ìtàn tèmi náà dé bá nílẹ̀ bí ọ̀rọ̀ Jeba ṣe rí, torí omi ńlá wà ní area abẹ yẹn, in fact tí vessel tó ń kọjá lórí ẹ̀ and àti oil rig area. Jeba yìí bó ṣe jẹ́ bí Ìgbọ́kọ̀dá ṣe jẹ́ lónìí náà Jeba jẹ́ lánàá, tó ṣe pé different tribes cut across Nigeria wọ́n máa wá ń trade níbẹ̀ tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ń ṣe exchange torí nígbà tí ojú dúdú tí ò tí ì sí ìjọba òyìnbó lọ títí àtìgbà tí ìjọba amúnisìn náà dé à ń pe kíní kan tó ń pè ní cowries owó ẹyọ àtàwọn tó ń sin ẹtù tú omi Ọya yẹn làwọn tó ń wà tó ń kó ẹtù awó wá láti ilẹ̀ Kẹ́bì ní Yàwúrì wọn kò wá sí Jẹ́bà wọn. àwọn tó bá wá láti ìsàlẹ̀ báyìí wọn kó epo pupa wá láti ilẹ̀ Ìgbò àwọn tó wá láti Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ Oǹdó ni wọn kó obì wá sí ibẹ̀ wọn fi exchange trade and barter àwọn gíláàsì tí àwọn pè ní mirror ẹlòmíì á fi gba aṣọ ẹlòmíì á fi gba nǹkan mìíràn so bí ọjà bí Jẹ́bà ṣe rí nígbà yẹn nìyẹn ní oríṣiríṣi tí mo wá sọ yìí pé that place is a strategic location because it serves as a boundary between the Yoruba land and ẹ̀yà Hausa.
So Jẹ́bà gangan báyìí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni.
Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni. And it serves as also a border between Kwara state and another state which is our neighboring state tí à ń pè ní Niger state. Ìlú yẹn dẹ̀ wá ní bí àǹfààní omi ṣe wà bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ńgbà tí àsìkò dáàmù dé tí wọ́n dáàmù omi yẹn ńgbà tí omi tó ń bọ̀ láti Kẹ́ńjí wọ́n padà tún dáàmù ẹ̀ ní Jẹ́bà. If not passage omi tí ọkọ̀ ojú omi ńlá lè gbà ní kọjá tẹ́lẹ̀ but ìgbà tó ti dáàmù ẹ̀ ó ní restricted area tí ọkọ̀ ojú omi lè gbà. So bíbẹ̀ yẹn ṣe wá jẹ́ boundary between north and south and the southern side of the country because it's a national route ló kọjá níbẹ̀ yẹn tó líǹkì north àti south. kódà once you tẹ bá ti dé orí bíríìjì Jẹ́bà wẹ́dà tẹ̀ ń bá bọ̀ wá láti Òkè Ọya ní tó bá fi lè mú lórí bíríìjì kò sí kódà kẹwàá nu mọ́tò ẹ ní fílẹ̀ lára ìpè náà ẹ ti bọ́ sí new land entirely. irú eré abẹ yẹn ààbò a nídìí ààbò because gbogbo wàhálà tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní far north Zamfara Kebbi including this Niger state Bọ̀rọ̀gún nìyẹn ní Busa bí Boko Haram ṣe ń dà wọ́n láàmú rúùtù wà tí wọ́n lè fi gbà wọ Jẹ́bà through omi lẹ́yìn rúùtù wà tó pé through interland tí wọ́n fi lè gbà wọlé. Ó yẹ pé kí ìjọba torí gbà tá a ṣe tí wọ́n ń ja civil war the station army barrack unit síbẹ̀ because of kíni protection of the bridge kó tó di pé wọ́n ṣe modern bridge because 1914 amalgamation of the northern protectorate and southern protectorate to link the rail line from the south to the north orí omi yìí kan náà ni láti fi lè protect anídàbò ní ibẹ̀ yẹn kí ìjọba àpapọ̀ in particular láti fi lè monitor movement àwọn èèyàn. Well, with the law tó ń govern West Africa wọ́n sọ pé gbogbo wa nǹkan kan náà ni wá pé wọ́n má restrict movement àwọn ẹ̀yà tá a follow sí West Africa ipe we are all one nínú treaty tí wọ́n ní wọ́n sign ní West Africa but lọ́wọ́ tá a wà lọ́wọ́ báyìí is alarming pé Fúlàní Bororos tí wọ́n ń wá láti Niger Republic wọ́n ń pera wọn ní Nàìjíríà tí ẹ̀ sì lè dẹ́nìkan yàtọ̀ mọ́ sí kan tí wàhálà bá dẹ̀ dé kálukú wọn kọrí síbi tí wọ́n lọ. Lóòótọ́ iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá wà láti dáadáa ní Jẹ́bà iléeṣẹ́ ọlọ́pàá wà but personnel àwọn ọlọ́pàá tí ń bẹ ní Jẹ́bà ti tóbi jù báyẹn lọ ó ti yẹ pé wọ́n ní at least two divisional headquarters àbí kan create more police unit ní outlet àti inú Jẹ́bà gan-an náà wọ́n create láti fi lè enhance agbára fún àwọn ọlọ́pàá láti lè mójútó ààbò ní inú ìlú. Torí tá a bá káyé numbers of strength ọlọ́pàá tí ń bẹ ń Jeba tí wàhálà bá ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ìlú agbára ọlọ́pàá ò lè ká sòdodo ọ̀rọ̀. Then Nigeria Security Civil Defence Corps also wọ́n propose láti fún wa ní unit ní Jeba, but ìjọba àpapọ̀ bí wọ́n ṣe dá wọn create Nigeria Civil Defence ní irú ìrànlọ́wọ́ tó ń ṣe fáwọn ọlọ́pàá ó kù díẹ̀ ká tó tún wọn extend fáwọn civil defence. Bóun ló ṣe jẹ́ pé tó gbé ní Kwara lórun tòní gbogbo any formation Nigeria Civil Defence Corps offices tẹ́ ẹ bá rí community ló ń kọ́, kò yẹ pé kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀, kò yẹ pé kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Tí community bá tún kọ́ community náà tún wá mobility fún wọn for operational vehicle. Kí ìjọba àpapọ̀ kọ́ńtà láti fún Nigeria Civil Defence Corps kan fún wọn ní enough money láti lè ṣe responsibility wọn, because civil duty in terms of security iṣẹ́ titi wọn ni, iṣẹ́ wọn ni. So àwọn àtọlọ́pàá àwọn àdẹ̀jọ́ ṣiṣẹ́ papọ̀. So challenges kan nìyẹn.
Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa òwò lẹ́ẹ̀kan yìí. Àwọn òwò ni àwọn èèyàn mọ ìlú Jeba sí pé tó bá dán pé òwò báyìí ẹ máa kọ́ wọn ti Jeba.
Ẹ ṣe púpọ̀. Ẹja ni number one.
Ẹja.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Bí a ti sọ pé bá ṣe dáàmù omi ó pè fàsẹ́yìn báwọn èèyàn àti lè máa rí ẹja pa. But bó ṣe wà náà àwọn èèyàn fi pé wọ́n fi travel far away.
Wá sí lọ fi pẹja.
Wá lọ fi pẹja because individual àwọn tó specialize in ẹja ó dára ìjọ wọ́n sẹ́ẹ̀lì wá sí Jeba tó ń sọ Jeba dílé létí omi àtobìnrin ìjọ àtọkùnrin ìjọ tí wọ́n ń pẹja because wọ́n rí pé bẹ́ẹ̀ wá conducive fún business kan fáwọn ni. The same thing àwọn Haúsá tí mo ló wá láti Yàwúrì àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan sì bẹ ní at the bank of river ní Jeba up till now. The same thing àwọn Yorùbá tó ń pẹja àwọn náà wà níbẹ̀ tí wọ́n ń pẹja. So because àwọn ló pé also tá a jọ share boundary with torí Kungu Island tí mò ń sọ yìí we call them Gungu Gungu but due to àwọn Ìgbò tó colonize wa they made them for easier administration. Wọ́n ń pè àwọn ní Jeba North, wọ́n ń pè àwọn ní Jeba South nígbà yẹn because burial ground most of our whites àtàwọn personnel wọ́n gbà yẹn ó wà ní ọ̀dọ̀ òkè odò lọ́hùn. Àwọn important personalities àtàwọn tó jà second world war and first world war burial ground wọ́n bẹ ní colonial area ní Jeba ndé, including the burial ground of the first ever European Northern Protectorate Chief Judge Justice Alasia burial ground ó wà ní colonial area. So owó ẹja òun ni wọ́n mọ everybody sí ní ibẹ̀ yẹn because kọ́lá kẹwàá ìpẹja tútù nísìn ẹ máa ríra bó ṣe pé yíyan tí wọ́n ń yan lọ́wọ́ ni tó ń fry lọ́wọ́ ni with the kini modern oven tó fi ń ṣe kini ẹ máa bá. Then àgbẹ̀ also àwọn èèyàn ń gbìyànjú agbára wọn ló sì jẹ́ pé bó ṣe pé 50% are peasant farmers then 50% are producers tí wọ́n feed àwọn èèyàn because ẹni tó ń gbin ẹ̀pà, ẹni tó ń gbin àgbàdo, tó ń gbin jéró, tó ń gbin ọkà bàbà ọlọ́pàá ṣe pé mo ní gbogbo sọ̀bọ́ọ̀bù ó jẹ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ ó wà dáadáa but torí orí atẹ́gùn ló ń lọ tí mo bá ní mo lọ sọ síta àwọn bandits àtàwọn tẹ́ ẹ mọ àwọn náà tó àwọn ló ń disturb far north wọ́n á fẹjú sí àárín yẹn because òkè tó tẹ̀ jẹ́bi òkè colony area àti hilltop tó wà ní Jeba òkè ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta ẹ̀ sínú ìlú sí àdúgbò bíi tí estate yẹn wà torí bẹ́ẹ̀ náà colonial people tó ń reside sí that area gan ni wọ́n ti try àwọn most traditional chiefs from Ìlọrin tí wọ́n ti try wọn tí wọ́n ti convict wọn nígbà yẹn, and òkè yẹn abundant mineral resources ó wà níbẹ̀. It's in fact it's within the Federal Ministry of mineral resources, mines and mineral resources, because àwọn geologists wọ́n ní gbogbo record yẹn lọ́wọ́, but mi ò lè sọ irú nǹkan tó wà níbẹ̀ torí káwọn bandits kọ́ máa wá bọ̀ bá dìlú wa.
Security is the primary thing apparently, and we're hoping that the federal government will do something to secure places like Jeba, every part of Nigeria apparently, but specifically places where Kwara said now we are being disturbed by this bandits and kidnappers. All right, one more video and then we'll read some things, okay? This lady was on Mycon podcast with Sean Okibaloe, Aisha Yusufu, and she was talking about 2027 election, and we're just going to listen to this and then we'll go on to other things. Again, we have not had a live session in a very long time. We've been having replays, so we may have to respond to a number of things before we get to today's topic, but I'll make sure we end it very soon. But here is Aisha Yusufu on Mycon podcast, where she talked about 2027 elections. Please take a listen to Aisha Yusufu.
Everyone, I just want to remind us of one saying, that yesterday died last night, and that we cannot carry the momentum of the past into the present. Otherwise, it's going to affect our future. I know all of us were pained at what happened in 2023. There are people who were in their 70s and that was their first time of voting. And I feel your pain. We did everything that we could have done. We trusted the system. We stayed on. And yet, the election was rigged. It's painful. But guess what? The result at the end of the day is not in our control. The effort is in our control. And when we put in the effort in 2023, you saw we got a win, even when they said we wouldn't. And everybody knows we got that win. So as we go into 2027, let us not also focus on the result. Let's focus on our effort for now. And if you give up and say you're not going to take part in the 2027 election, what would have been done? What would happen is that you would have self-defeat yourself. We will all self-defeat ourselves. And the people who rigged before will not have no need to rig, and then they will be able to legitimately say that they won the election. Because if we stay away from the election, their people, no matter how few they are going to come out and they're going to vote. And you know the way election is in Nigeria. It's never about a critical number. It's about whatever is the first past the post, and whatever number it is, and it is won, and that's it. So what I'm going to say to you is that think about Nigeria. And right now I'm speaking directly to the young people. How old are you? And how long do you want to live in Nigeria? If you're
Sorry, I just can't take it. I don't think people understand that it's important to have like a postmortem. When you're done with whatever electoral cycle, you should sit down and ask yourself, what did you do right? What did you do wrong? And what can you do better? Like I always say, it's called retrospective in tech. The idea basically is to be able to introspect. You look at what you're doing and you find a way to make it better. You're repeating the same narrative that you said the other day. The idea that Peter Obi won the election doesn't even make sense to any sane person. Even he did not say he won that election when he went to the tribunal. He did not say he won. It's just quite crazy that a lot of people still believe this thing. And then you're talking to young people, so I had to stop it there because you're not really saying anything that will actually help, push things forward. It just gives people this idea that they did something great and that they were denied that thing because you have these bad people in government who don't want them to get what they're looking for. But that's not the truth. You did well, to be fair. 6 million votes, that's not child's play, that's a lot of work. But you did not win, and you cannot win, and you will not win. But you should work, you should try, but you can't win. It's not simply people that are saying no shishi. People that don't have people at any polling units, no agents at polling units, are the ones that won and they took something from them, and they were carrying kidney pop-off plastic to court. Just do better. I mean, but it's good that people are trying. Hopefully, they'll have something good come out of all of this thing at some point. Anyway, let's get to other matters that I think we should really spend time on. Oh dear. We can't discuss everything. I know we can't discuss everything. Okay, so I'm just going to take the ones that I think that we can easily quickly deal with. So let me mention this stuff because it's quite important. This young lady who passed due to snake bite, singer, it's actually quite sad that happened to her. And people went to town talking about the fact that the medical centers did not have anti-venom, and they just piled on Nigerian health system. Now, I understand that when a person passes like that, you want to blame anybody that you can find, and it's understandable, right? But I think it's also important for us to listen to the other side to understand what really happened. And hopefully you must have seen this in the last 1 or 2 days, but just in case you haven't, by the way, the person died January 31. The matter, about anti-venom and all of those things came up around 1st, 2nd of February. I think it was discussed yesterday, right? But just in case you didn't know about it, I'm just going to read something from the Federal Ministry of Health. They put out a statement a couple of days ago on this matter, and I think it's important for us to know what happened. Again, very sad stuff, because I heard the lady was going to sing at UEFA or something like that. It's quite sad. May I also rest in peace. Federal Medical Center Jeba has issued a press statement clarifying recent events surrounding the tragic passing of late Ifunanya Lucy Nwangene following complications from a snake bite. We extend our deepest condolences to the family and loved ones affected by this loss. FMC Jeba reaffirms its commitment to quality, timely and life-saving care and encourages the public to rely on verified information from credible sources. Let me pause and say something. There are people that went to do videos and content on the fact that they said there was no anti-venom in nonsense. It's as if we're waiting for the worst news about the country, then we can now make content off of it. It makes no sense. What happened is enough. It's bad enough, right? It's bad enough what happened than to now begin to pass misinformation based on what you think. Anyway, let's read what they have to say. Jimmy Show, good to see you, Chief. Let's read here. Press statement. Clarification on recent events regarding the case of late Ifunanya Lucy Nwangene. We wish to address the circulating discussion on social media concerning the unfortunate case of Miss Ifunanya Lucy Nwangene, who tragically passed away due to neurotoxic complications following a snake bite on January 31, 2026. First and foremost, we express our deepest condolences to the Nwangene family during this incredibly difficult time. The loss of a loved one is never easy, and our thoughts are with them. We want to clarify that the management team at Federal Medical Center Abuja acted promptly and with the utmost care upon Ms. Nwangene's arrival. Our medical staff provided immediate and appropriate treatment, including resuscitation efforts, intravenous fluids, intranasal oxygen, and the administration of polyvalent snake antivenom. After a thorough but quick evaluation, it was clear that Ms. Nwangene suffered severe neurotoxic complications from the snake bite. Despite all efforts to stabilize her condition and transfer her to the intensive care unit for further treatment, she experienced a sudden deterioration just before the transfer. Our team of professionals worked diligently to provide CPR and other life-saving measures. However, despite these efforts, we were unable to revive her. We stand by the quality of care and dedication our team demonstrates daily. The claims of non-availability of anti-snake venom and inadequate response are unfounded and do not reflect the reality of the situation. We are committed to transparency and integrity in our practices, and will continue to pursue excellence in patient care. In light of this event, we encourage our community to engage with credible sources for information and updates rather than relying on social media speculation. we remain available for any further inquiries or clarification. Oh, sorry, take that again. We remain available for any further inquiries or clarifications. Thank you for your understanding. Dr. Bioko Muftau, Head of Clinical Service, Federal Medical Center, Jabi. I mean, it's very sad, regardless of the explanation. It's very sad that a young person like that, I mean, that anybody would die, let alone a young person. But I think we should be very careful, particularly folks on social media, where something bad happened. You now think to yourself, what could have caused this thing that the government should be blamed for? Then you now make something up and then you go to town. And the crazy part is that some people that have made that thing very popular are even influencers, people who have millions of followers. But you see, followership does not necessarily determine, intelligence, because it doesn't make sense that you're not even going to listen to understand every side before making statement. But it's quite sad, and I just really pray that God will console that family. It's something that people should not be experiencing. But the good thing also, I should say, is that while it is of course very bad what happened, sad news, that has led to readjustment across hospitals in the country. For instance, the Plateau State government begins statewide distribution of anti-snake venom. That's a news report I saw earlier today. Plateau State government has commenced the distribution of anti-snake venom to health facilities across the states to tackle snake bite emergencies. I heard that they also had a conversation about this yesterday, but I want to play you something. I don't even think I have to play. It's the same thing I've read. The former DG NCDC, Professor Abdulsalami Nasidi, says that it was panic, poor response, and fake antivenom that worsened otherwise preventable snake bite cases. It's also quite interesting, which is something I should mention, that, believe it or not, they sell fake antivenom in the market. Just think about that for a second. It's not good. It's not good. I want to play you something from the Senate. It's a venom following the recent snake bite death of Ifunanya Nwangene. Take a listen, please.
Prayer 2. Urge the Federal Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, to ensure procurement, quality assurance, proper storage, and nationwide availability of safe, effective, and affordable antivenoms and critical antidotes for use in public and private hospitals with priority attention to high-risk regions. This is very good. Those in support of prayer 2 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer.
All right, so that's something good that has come out of the event. Someone in the comment section says, you cannot control the bad people's false news. Let us just pray for the dead. No, we also have to spread the good news, or at least things that are happening based on what's happening. All right. So whilst you're right that we can't stop people from being where they are, it's also important to spread awareness. Shoma just says Naibo, they said I'm Joe. Oh, fake stuff. I saw a report yesterday. I just leave it. It's just sad that people are still selling fake antivenom. So even if they give the person something, it's like, go work. But it wasn't antivenom. It wasn't lack of antivenom that killed this girl. It was the fact that the thing affected a neurological system, and I think, I'm not a doctor, but I don't know if antivenom can take care of that. Meanwhile, let me also say this. I think people should also be should be circumspect when it comes to conversations that we don't really know so much about. For instance, yesterday I watched this news report, like an interview, where the host was saying, why did they have to remove the tourniquet, right? And why did they give her IV? And I thought about it, then I read some things from some medical personnel, and they were like, there's no other way to administer antivenom but the IV. Like, that's the way. It's not like they're putting water in our body. The point is that Itara, the passion like that we have, the concern usually makes us speak, but for the most part we are speaking out of ignorance. So I hope people just calm down, listen to professionals, and be careful at home too. And to that is I say colon to our may God comfort her family. All right, moving away from that sad news, there is something that I'd like you to listen to. This has to do with our minister. When you hear her voice, you know who she is. Take a listen. It's Minister of Trade. 1 second. I want to play that video on this device. All right, take a listen to this.
How has Nigeria dealt with the US's approaches to trade policy this year?
I've been answering that question all year, like literally all year, and the answer isn't going to change. I had a clear desire of where I would want to see Nigeria's trade policy land. And so by the time Liberation Day came around, I wasn't really convinced about the need to react. It's the right of the US government, it's the sovereign right to change their policy in terms of tariffs. We don't have any offer to make. We've had that liberty because the Nigeria-US trade relations is largely an energy one. A lot of it is exempt under AGOA. So the African countries that have gone to speak, what has it delivered for them? The world is a big place. There are lots of new friends to make. We've been to Brazil, we've been to China. We have a lot of interest from the Gulf, from UAE, Saudi, Qatar, Kuwait. And so we find that unintended consequences of Liberation Days that the world is getting more connected rather than less so.
That was Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. I kind of like, the way she answered that question. There was a sense of pride that I felt as a Nigerian, that you have a minister who is representing the country, who is not pandering or sounding like we're so desperate. And she mentioned that she had answered that question, all year, which means that, of course, somebody else had asked her that question. Well, somebody did ask her that question, and this time it was Richard Quest on CNN, and she said something very close to it, but I want you to listen to it and give you an idea that Nigeria has options, right? We can't be boxed into one corner. This is Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, our Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. Take a listen, please.
Unfortunately, it's just about imbalance. So where do you expect and anticipate difficulties?
Well, it's mostly an energy trading relationship. We're waiting to see what happens with AGOA in September. Non-oil exports are fertilizer, lead, some cocoa, and other commodities. There are other markets also, Richard. We're looking at our integration strategy across Africa, the African Continental Free Trade Area. Our exports, non-oil exports to the rest of Africa are up 24% year on year in Q1 this year. So the world is a big place. Yes, there's competitiveness coming into the US market, but we're also exploring other alternatives.
What does that mean? Alternatives as in?
Alternative markets. We have relationships, like for instance, urea fertilizer is in high demand in Brazil. We have trading partnerships with China, with Japan, with the UAE. And so we continue to look for opportunities for our Nigerian businesses. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's agenda is really focused on bolstering Nigerian domestic investors and supporting them in market access and access to capital.
You see, this is one of the things that people are talking about, that the Trump tariffs are going to, in some way, rewire global trade. and people like yourself.
So the good thing about that, of course, is the fact that... All right. So the good thing about that, of course, is the fact that we have people at the arms of affairs who are not just, going everywhere talking, demarketing the nation, trying to let the world know that there's something about this country, Nigeria, and that we have options. With that desperation, it's easier for you. You have leverage, but all this demarketing going on over the place doesn't really help the country that much. Anyway, another good news, President Bola Tinubu has signed the electricity bill into law, effectively removing electricity from the executive legislative list and transferring significant powers over electricity generation, transmission, and distribution to the states, which means that states can now generate, transmit, and distribute electricity independently. They can also establish state electricity markets and regulators, license private investors without waiting for the federal government. This is a major step toward decentralization, improved power supply, and faster industrial growth, especially for states ready to act. So this is good news. But again, we hope to see this thing go beyond just policy statement, that we actually have states getting in there and, just like it's happening in Abia State, which is something quite good coming out of the Southeast. So hopefully we're going to have more of our governors getting into this space so that we can improve power supply in different parts of Nigeria. We've been waiting for the decentralization of this sector. The former president Buhari, I think he signed something similar, but we really need to make them shall do what they want to do. More right. Everything is torrenty until you put on you switch on, the bulb of light and you see light. So we're looking forward to that in the country. Last week, or the last time we spoke, we read something about the coup, and I talked about the video, but I didn't play that video because I just remembered it in passing. So today I'll play it. Okay? And it's also an advice to Christians. I'm going to read. How should we do this? I'll play the video, then I'll read. But take a listen to this minister of God and what he said about what's going to happen to the president at the inauguration. Take a listen, please.
And while that event looks like a very open ground, like a stadium-like center, I'm telling you what will happen. So, while at that event, military men will come in and they will arrest Tinubu. I'm playing the movie before you have it, so that you will know that prophecy is not just calling.
Premium Times. Suspected coup plotters plan to truncate Buhari's handing over to Tinubu. As Nigerians prepared for the transfer of power on 29th May 2023, a group of military officers was quietly plotting to overthrow the country's democracy and assassinate key political figures. Premium Times gathered that the coup plotters plan to violently disrupt the handover of power from former President Muhammadu Buhari to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Our sources said the failed plot was allegedly masterminded by Alassane Maji, a colonel with service number N10668. Born on 1st March 1976, the Nupe native from Niger State started training on 18th August 1995 and finished on September 16, 2020. I'll tell that again. He started training on 18th August 1995 and finished on September 16, year 2000. The coup was initially scheduled for 29th May 2023 during the presidential inauguration. However, the plan was suspended due to insufficient funds and inadequate logistical arrangements, our sources said. The conspirators then reactivated their plans in 2025 after a former governor of Bayelsa State, Timipre Silva, who was accused of bankrolling the coup plotters, allegedly transferred almost 1 billion naira in multiple tranches to 3 separate banks operated by a bureau de change operator. And then they talked about the assassination targets and also the Nollywood person that was picked up on that matter. But it's quite interesting that the supposed prophecy somehow aligned with what the coup plotters were planning. So was the pastor privy to what they were doing, or was it divine? I don't know. Maybe we're supposed to pray against it or whatever. But anyway, the defense minister Christopher Musa was interviewed on this matter, and this is what he had to say. Take a listen, please.
Is for the sake of families, and this is for the sake of families of these military officers who are wondering what is the fate of their loved ones. We're talking about the military officers who are expected to face trial over a coup plot.
I mean, everybody knows, you know the repercussion when you take such actions. So I'm sure they've made up their minds. They must have considered their families. But the truth about it is that even at that, the armed forces, the government is ensuring that the family, they are treated fairly. The announcement just came out, so they're going to face court martials as usual. The court martials will be free and fair. They'll be allowed to get their own counsels that will defend them on their actions. And the family members are not left alone. The government is also making sure that at least they take care, because the wives and the children need to be looked after. But the main perpetrators already know the repercussion to their action, and I'm sure they're ready to face the rods.
And this.
All right. Thank you for listening to that. We're going to move away very quickly from the coup matter to the news from... One second. The news about installation of Eze Ndibo and Seriki in Lagos, Nigeria. By the way, a few days ago, some people went on with this whole Lagos thing. That thing happens from time to time. They sound us out. Are you guys sleeping now? Oh, we only go together. Then if you are dull, then now that same day, I think the next day I heard, oh, I live in Ibadan. Ibadan is my village, and the only people that say it are people from the southeast. Like, we know that already. Anyway, Lagos state government has warned against the assumption of chieftancy titles without official approval, declaring that violators will face arrest and prosecution under the Obas and Chiefs Law of Lagos State 2015. In a public statement signed by Mr. Bolaji Kayode Robert, Commissioner for Local Government, Chieftaincy Affairs and Rural Development, the state described the trend of self-proclaimed traditional rulers as an unhealthy development that has caused tension, confusion, and needless crisis. The statement explained that such authorized titles, particularly those using appellations equivalent to Oba, His Royal Majesty, or His Royal Highness, are illegal. The preponderance of these self-acclaimed chieftaincy titles has reached an alarming level, rendering efforts at curbing these untoward excesses largely ineffective. You know what? I'm going to read you the letter that the state government actually put out a few days ago on this matter, and then we'll talk about it. Give me a second. I'll find. Okay, Shonri, 1 second, please. Found it. All right, here it goes. Public advisory: prohibition of unapproved chieftaincy titles in Lagos State. The attention of the Lagos State government has been drawn to an unhealthy development where some individuals or groups have assumed certain chieftaincy titles either on their own or as leaders of ethnic groups without the approval of the state government. These titles are not recognized in the state, and their use have caused tension, confusion, and needless crisis. The situation requires urgent action to inject sanity and arrest the growing trend of impunity in the interest of peace, law, and order in the state. The preponderance of these self-acclaimed chieftaincy titles has reached an alarming level, rendering efforts at curbing these untoward excesses by the state government through the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy Affairs and Rural Development largely ineffective. In light of the growing concerns over self-acclaimed chieftaincy titles, this public advisory aims to provide clarity and guidance on the law governing chieftaincy. I mean, this is Turenchi Igbogasha. The Turenchi is plenty, but the point is that let me read the crux of it, right? As a cosmopolitan state, let me finish that one first. They're providing clarity and guidance on the law governing chieftaincy matters in Lagos State, and to emphasize the need for adherence to the law. As a cosmopolitan state and economic hub of the country, Lagos has been home to multifarious ethnic nationalities across the nation. While we recognize, I love this by the way, while we recognize the right of various groups to appoint leaders to coordinate their affairs in Lagos State, the assumption of chieftaincy titles and nomenclatures equivalent to that of an Oba, or appellations such as His Royal Majesty, His Royal Highness, or its equivalent is in contravention of the extant Obas and Chiefs Law of Lagos State 2015 and thus illegal. Why can't people just look for a name like you are the leader of our ethnicity in this state, you are the leader of our group, you are the chairman of the committee or whatever? Why must it be His Royal Majesty when you have not conquered anything in your life? You don't have any land to rule over, you have no domain, but you are calling yourself Royal Highness, unless of course you are high on cheap supply of drugs. But you get the point. The point is, this nonsense doesn't make sense. It can't make sense. It's nonsense after all. Anyway, the state government is speaking on this matter now, and they're saying that it's illegal for anybody to be having all these funny titles. Talk about the fact that, in fact, let me just go to the other part. It says Section 21 paragraphs 2A-D and Section 23 paragraphs A and B of the extant law explicitly prohibits the assumption of royal titles, including King, HRM, in whatever disguise or its equivalents, as well as the use of royal paraphernalia, including beaded crowns or imitations thereof, beaded shoes, beaded staffs, and horse whisks by individuals not recognized as such by the state government. So all these people that are drinking it, if they catch you now, please don't state, is that cross Yoruba land? We don't want, just have leaders, right? A person is the leader of your ethnicity in that place. That's makes more sense. And speaking about sense, there was a gentleman who went online to say that a certain group of people don't have sense. I don't think it's right what he said, but I think we should listen to what he had to say. Take a listen, please. Please keep our tapping on TikTok and keep liking and sharing on YouTube and across all platforms. Thank you very much. Take a listen to this guy. So this particular guy who I don't like how he did it, but let's listen.
Igbos are the most worthless tribe in Nigeria. Yeah, you heard it. Igbos are the most worthless tribe in Nigeria. Get angry all you like, but they are just all mouth and no depth, just mouth. Because if they are not, why should this be happening in Nigeria right now? Why should this be happening? You know how they told us that they removed history from the Nigerian curriculum because they didn't want sentiment, because of the war, the civil war. But history just got reintroduced to the Nigerian educational system. And guess what? Guess what they put inside here? See, before now, my son came and asked me, I said, Dad, I thought Igbos were the third biggest tribe in Nigeria. I said, yes. He said, how come there is no Igbo in their history book? I was shocked. I took their book and I looked at it. All the history of all the major tribes in Nigeria. We have the Hausa state, Kanuri Empire, Nupe, Igala, Yorubas, Benin Kingdom, Efik, Niger Delta, and Shekiri. No Igbo. For a tribe that has almost 5 to 6 states in Nigeria, no Igbo whatsoever. The painful part of it is that, you see this Efik here? No, I bet, every people want to know vessel. But see this Efik here? then put them on purpose. It was put here on purpose to let the Igbos know that we know what we are doing and we are worthless. I don't want to talk about the people that wrote the book, Sha, but this is the junior secondary school revised. This is the junior secondary school revised standard edition, JS1. You know, the funny part is that our biggest flex as Igbos is just two things: to build houses and paint them white so we can show them every December on Twitter, on social media, and of course name our children Jewish names. That's the only thing that we know how to do best right now. Because if this is happening, like, we have been erased from our history. Rubbish.
Let me start by saying that everybody should calm down. I don't agree with the fact that Igbos are worthless. I don't even think you should have used that word. You know, but I think that there is this thing I've noticed from the Southeast particularly, and people do it in Yoruba land as well. But like I say, if you want to be a good propagandist, you have to do that thing. It is negative messaging. You curse people out and insult them in order to rile them up, to get them to do a particular thing. Nnamdi Kanu used it very well, and it was very effective. The only downside to that style, or that style of messaging, is that it destroys people's self-esteem. It makes them feel inferior. You would get what you want in terms of riling them up, but you are destroying something in them by saying things like they are worthless. So I don't think Igbos are worthless. I don't think anybody should talk like that to any group of people. So I think it's wrong. Having said that, there's a particular thing he said that I'll see if I can find you that part before I respond. Okay, take a listen to this thing, please, so that you see where I want to get into the conversation. Take a listen, please.
I thought Igbos were the third biggest tribe in Nigeria. I said yes. He said, how come there is no Igbo in their history book? I was shocked. I took their book and I looked at it. All the history of all the major tribes in Nigeria. We have the Hausa state, Kanuri Empire, Nupe, Igala, Yorubas, Bini Kingdom, Efik, Niger Delta, and Shekiri. No Igbo. For a tribe that has almost 5 to 6 states in Nigeria, no Igbo whatsoever.
There cannot be Igbo. It is not conversation about how many states do you have. If you listen very closely, they are referring to, I mean, he said Hausa states. There were 7 Hausa city states, and then you had the Bokoy and so on and so forth. But that's not even the point. You have the Yoruba kingdoms. You had, Efik. They also had monarchies and stuff. You didn't have. Let me read to you what I wrote on Twitter before I say what I want to say. I say here, don't call Igbos worthless. Be careful what you wish for. What you will find in that era of your history may make you feel even worse. While others built kingdoms and empires, your forebears did not because they could not. History is not about quota system or federal character. We can't go back in time to change the past just to make you feel comfortable. You did not have an era of kings, conquerors, kingdoms, or empires, and that's fine. Igbo Enweze. This reminds you that we are not all the same in Nigeria. We have different histories and realities, which explains why we act the way we do. Understand that the past is set in stone. Your best bet is to do the right things today so you can build a better future. If you continue on this path of victimhood, your grandchildren may find themselves in the same situation. Evolve. So here's the point. If they are talking about groups that had kingdoms and empires and royalty and stuff like that, they cannot call Igbos. It's not because of marginalization, it's because your history doesn't have that part of that kind of thing in it. And it's not a problem. You don't have it, you don't have it. Like, I don't even understand all this. And this is what you get when you raise people to be victims. When you hear quota system, federal character, you think of the North, and you are right to think of the North because they require that, especially in education and things like that. But the East also takes advantage of quota system a lot. There are things you say, oh, this thing happened in Yoruba land, but the Igbos also have it. You are trying to make it look as if it exists here, it must also exist here in order to be balanced. But that's nonsense. There are things the Hausas have that Yoruba people we did not do. There are things that we do that we did, since we're discussing history, that the Kanuri people don't have memory of. We don't all have to be at the same level to feel that we are one Nigeria. I'm going to read what the Minister of Education said later, but let me just start by saying this. We have to be very careful. If the topic is about the past and the kingdoms that people built, you cannot have any story in that place because you did not build any kingdom. Let me turn to you from Anthony Naoro's speech. He said, of the three most populous ethnic groups of Nigeria, therefore, Hausa, Fulani, Igbos, and Yorubas, only the Igbos never had an organized state, an imperial past, or a golden age. They had no centralized political. It doesn't mean you are worthless. It just means that you can't find it in your history. Then you go to where you've. In fact, let me go back to the beginning of this thing. It says, although Nigeria, by the way, this is from 12th August 1968 speech by Anthony Naoro. And you find this in Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, okay, by A.H.M. Green. So this is what Naoro said. Although Nigeria was the creation of European ambitions and rivalries, its peoples had their own ancient history before the arrival of the colonizers. This newly created country contains not just a multiplicity of pagan tribes, but a number of great kingdoms which had evolved complex systems of government, independent of contact with Europe. Within its frontiers were the great kingdom of Borno, with a known history of more than 1,000 years, the Fulani Empire, which had existed for 100 years before its conquest by Britain, the Benin Empire, stretching at its zenith from the east of the Niger, and to what has been one of the most powerful of the states of the Guinea Coast, the kingdoms of the Niger Delta and Calabar, the loosely organized Igbo peoples in the hinterland of the former eastern region, and the dukedoms and small tribes of the plateau. Of the three most populous ethnic groups of Nigeria, therefore, Hausa, Fulanis, Igbos, Yorubas, only the Igbos never had an organized state, an imperial past, or a golden age. They had not centralized political administration or loyalties and never had an era of kings, dukes, or conquerors. What's it telling you? If we want to discuss how many ethnicities have states, they will say, oh, Hausa has many states. Igbos have this many states. Yorubas have this many states. Efik, that's a state skinny. You cannot say because you have 5 states, therefore you have to go back into the past and go and change your history to make you feel comfortable. That's nonsense. And here's the crazy part. This one has children. It was his child that brought that thing to him and say, oh, say we are one of the major ethnic groups in Nigeria. How come our history is not here when they're discussing, ethnic dukes and kingdoms and Yoruba state, Hausa state? What a knowledgeable parent would have said is that this particular thing they're discussing here, it doesn't concern our ethnicity. We didn't do it. And to be honest, I don't think it's a problem. You did not do it. And that's okay. So you will now tell the child what you did. How you had loosely organized communities, how you had, what's that thing they call it? Autonomous communities, right? For the most part, you didn't have anything like, that's why you have the saying, Igbo Enweze, Igbos have no kings. It's a statement that you're very proud of. Why do you now want to change history to, it doesn't, that they're not mentioning it does not mean that you are less. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, so it doesn't look like I'm throwing jabs. If you tell me, let me give you an example. If you say, for instance, that in Yoruba history, that, let me look for one, I want to look for an example that would work. Now it's very difficult for me to find an example because it's almost everything we did. Good. If you say to me that we did not have cavalry until Oyo, we had horses, but cavalry, like when you have just many guys in that particular section of your army until Oyo, it's like saying, okay, if you go back like 1,000 or 2,000 years ago in Ife, that there were soldiers, but we didn't have the cavalry. If we had horse riders who were fighting, they were not as many as Oyo. If you say that to me as an Ife person, it's true. That's the point. Like, it happened by Nupe and then trained by Nupe, and then they got that thing from Nupe and were able to eventually conquer Nupe themselves. That's it. That's history. It doesn't mean that if I now say that Nupe conquered Oyo at the time, as a Yoruba man, I'll not be angry and say, why are you talking about it? Why are you saying we are conquered? We also conquered them. The point is that history is what it is. You don't go back in time to make yourself feel comfortable in the present. That's not how life works. If you didn't have it at the time, you did not have it. And I should add this, right? The closest that you could say, okay, people that are Igbos actually are the king, the closest was Onitsha. And up until recently, when I say recently, less than 80 years ago, up until recently, the Onitsha people did not consider themselves to be Igbo. That superiority you see in Anambra State today is actually from Onitsha. If you read Among the Igbos by Jeba, it was published in 1921. That's why I said until about 80 years ago. It was even after the rise of Azikiwe that all this thing became all of us are Igbo. Even in the 1960s, there was a clash between Onitsha Igbo and the other Igbos. You find that in the book the book called IUL Collections, right, where they talked about the whole issue with Igbo National Caucus. If you read G.T. Basden's book, the Onitsha man says that everybody to the west was Enoani, those to the east were Igbos. That's what they said. They never considered themselves Igbos. And even their royalty till tomorrow, they will connect it to Benin. And that's the only thing they're trying to use to connect to Ife. But it's to Benin that they always connect their royalty to. Alright? Because the Obi, say, has come from Benin, another story. But you get the point. Which means that that's the closest you have to monarchy. You didn't have towns. You had, you shall know I'm not insulting, Abi. You didn't have towns. It's like if you tell me now that, oh, Yoruba people we didn't build with, I remember what I just said earlier. If you tell me now that Yoruba people did not build with concrete before the colonial era, and I now start throwing tantrums, there's something wrong. Oh, you're Yoruba man. Are you sure you're Yoruba? Yes, you're Yoruba. Oh, you did this. Okay, you didn't build anything like the Colosseum in Rome. And I start getting angry. Of course, we didn't build anything like the Colosseum. But guess what? We built walls. Do you have the kind of walls that you find in Sugbo-Eredo or the ones in Ife? Do you have that kind of thing? You talk about the ones that you also have. You won't say the ones you have, I must also have it because I want to make a point that we are all the same. We are not the same. If the first town in Igbo land was created by the British, and I'm not throwing stones, I'm just trying to make a point. If the first town, and it was, by the way, the first Igbo town was created by the British, it's called Enugu. It was created in the 20th century. This last century, just a little over 100 years ago. That was when they created that town on Port Harcourt. So it's not like ancient. If that's which means that there was never a time where you were together in order to now have an identity. Even the identity, common Igbo identity was given by the British. People say they want to discuss history. If we really discuss this history, I'm wondering if they will not feel worse than they are feeling now. Because it doesn't, if you approach it from a place of, let's just talk about history. I'll give an example. Sometimes, I do this a lot, I just like it. Say I'm reading something about Yoruba history, Ife history, like something ancient. I have this very funny habit of studying, when I'm studying Yoruba Ife, of studying Chinese and English history. For some reason, I sometimes Rome. I like doing it a lot. I like to find comparisons, but I don't force, sameness. I just want to know when these people were doing this in 9th century AD. What were my fathers doing? You get the point? So I'll say, let me give you an example. When the Germanic tribes, when they were invading England, what were my fathers doing in the 9th century? And then I see what they're doing. I feel proud because I can tell I know what they were doing. By the way, I know what they were doing, right? They were also building cities. At that time, they had already created confederacy in Ife. Okay, they were wise enough to know that you could not survive as autonomous communities. So they came up with an idea that all these small communities will maintain their autonomy, but they are going to become a confederacy so that all their heads will have one single head. It's not the head of the town, but it's the head of the kings. They created a confederacy, and that thing ran for years. Okay, where the oldest amongst them was the leader. The first one in Ife was Oranfe. The last one was Obatala. Oduduwa was the one that changed the game by uniting everybody and creating a city with a political structure that was different from what we had before. So when you read English history or British history, English history, Roman history, Chinese history, and you read Yoruba history, there's a kind of pride that you get, but you're not trying to say, oh, we also invaded looking for boats and we came in through the ship coming from River Niger. Just trying to become like the English makes no sense. So if you really want to know history is not, let me show you what's beautiful. It's showing different things. For instance, we're discussing Awo on trial today, particular series. Because I don't know how a man could go through that kind of thing. It was a terrible event. It was a terrible period of it. I found myself, I was opening books and studying and crying. And I don't know why I'm even saying it. It's just to tell you that history is not always pretty. So if you really are interested in history, you find things that make you very sad. But the question is, what are you going to get out of? What are you going to take out of it? Are you going to just throw tantrums and say, all of you recognize me, or you go say, okay, so my father did wrong, this is what we should have done. We'll make sure it's better in our generation. That's how you react to history. You tell people that, oh, you are worthless because they've changed your history. Nobody changed your history. And it's okay. Now you are having kings, whatever that means. Maybe that's it. By the way, that's the reason for all this. Want to have kings in your town. I'll read one more stuff and then we'll move on. We'll read the response by the Minister of Education. This is from Jeba, October 1960. He says here, having no great history. In fact, let me go back to the beginning. Beneath these difficult restraints, regional differences are great. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. As the poorest region, though perhaps the recent strike of mineral oil will change that, they have had to pour out of their overcrowded forests to seek work all over the other regions. Again, having no great history, no impressive chiefs or cities, they need to find their pride, their fulfillment in Nigeria itself. When was this? 20th October 1960. If you had no great history, does that mean you cannot create great future? No, it doesn't. You can create something better, but don't tell all of us to change it so that you can feel like you are Nigerian. Numbers do not determine quality. Just because you are also a major group does not mean that, okay, everything in our past is exactly like what Hausas have. Hausas had city-states. Yorubas had kingdoms. You know, one of these days, by the way, all these Yoruba people that are going everywhere shouting that one king did treaty for all of us is nonsense. Different kings did treaties. Alaafin had his own treaty. It did not cover Yoruba people. Egba had their own separate treaty. Ijebu had their own. Ife had their own separate treaty. Different Yoruba kingdoms had signed treaties with the British. Just like the Hausas also had many states. Although by the time the British arrived, they were already united under the Fulani hegemony. But you get the point. The point is, history is history. You don't have to change it. So if you're talking about kingdoms, eras of kings, and they don't mention your ethnicity, just ask yourself, do you have anything like that in that period? If the answer is yes, then they are wrong. If the answer is no, it's history. It's history. Having said that, I'll now read what the Minister of Education said on the matter. The Federal Ministry of Education, the attention of the Federal Ministry of Education has been drawn to misleading reports and public discussions around a history textbook titled Living History, including claims alleging the exclusion of Igbo content and suggestions that the book is approved for use in Nigerian schools. The ministry wishes to state clearly, firmly, and unequivocally that Living History is not an approved textbook and has not been recommended for use in any Nigerian school by the Federal Ministry of Education. For the avoidance of doubt, the book was never submitted to National Educational Research and Development Council, NERDC, the statutory body responsible for the review, evaluation, and approval of instructional materials for assessment under the national curriculum. Consequently, it was not recommended by NERDC and does not appear on the officially approved list of textbooks for history by Federal Ministry of Education. Following consultations with the leadership of NERDC and a review of the officially endorsed list of textbooks aligned with the new curriculum, it has been confirmed that Living History does not form part of the approved instructional materials for nationwide use. The Federal Ministry of Education therefore urges parents, teachers, school proprietors, administrators, and the general public to disregard all speculation, misinformation, and emotionally charged narratives surrounding the book and to refrain from its use in schools. The ministry emphasizes, when I was in school, I did history SS1. My own set in my school, they taught us science, arts, commercial in SS1. They used us as experiment. They never did it before us, and they didn't try it after our set. When they taught us history, they talked about Oyo Empire, Kanem Bonu Empire. They didn't mention Igbo because the Igbo cannot be there. Adamo Risha says Lagos signed the first treaty among. Yes, Lagos signed their own treaty when after British bombardment. I don't get this thing. Anyway, so they're saying that they are not going to use it in schools. If they're discussing kings, they will not mention Igbos, and it's okay. Please ask your Yoruba friend for the meaning of that. May God bless you. The ministry emphasizes that the use of unapproved instructional materials undermines curriculum standards and may adversely affect teaching quality and learning outcomes. All approved textbooks strictly comply with the national curriculum and reflect Nigeria's rich cultural diversity. This is where I have a problem. And I hope that our policymakers also understand this. When you want to create curriculum, don't fix things to make it look like everybody has the same level of development in Nigeria. We do not. We do not. I'm not saying we did not. We do not. There's a reason everybody acts the way they do. There's a reason our ethnicities act. There's a reason our Hausas act the way they do. It's their history. Yorubas act the way we do because of our history. The Igbos do what they do. Ethics. Everybody does what they do partly because of mainly because of their history. We are different. I don't know why. Why is that difficult? All these diversity and unities, English, adventure to Perspire to Maguire to Choir. Flora says, if the issue of my people is not about kingdoms and whatnot, include it there. We should mention you when we are talking about kings and kingdoms. Kings and kingdoms shall pass away, but there's nothing. When we are talking about the history that pertains to your people, we will mention your people. When we're talking about history that pertains to kingdoms, we cannot mention your people. Do you understand now, Flower? If what we're discussing has to do with where your people feature, we will mention Igbos. If we're discussing kingdoms, bravery, adventures, things like that, we cannot mention your people. We can't. Conquering empires, things like that, we cannot mention Igbo. I think it would be a lie. It's not that I think, it would be a lie. There are no conquerors from Igbo. They don't exist. But if we want to discuss coup, for instance, now we have to mention Igbos. If we want to talk about the first coup in Nigeria that was executed, we have to mention Igbos. That one you feature prominently there. It's just what it is. If you want to talk about Ugoku, right? If I want to talk about what was that man? Eri. Even though I pause because I know that he also has Igala origin. So let me tell you one funny thing. Somebody wanted to prove Igbo history to me and said to me that Eri is in the Bible. I was like, which one? He said the same one. I was like, oh, okay. So open the Bible, the son of Gad, one of the sons of Jacob. Is everything right at home? Eri is an Igala man now. Right? Me, I don't like talking Igbo history unless you don't want to tell the truth. Let me tell you something about Yoruba history. Our history is full of all kinds of things. Cobwebs and beauty, and cobwebs and triumphs, and cobwebs and laughter and tears and wars and joys. Everything is out of history. It's history. If you have not evolved, once people mention something that you did bad, not to weaponize it, or just to say, okay, you did this, you went through this, you start throwing tantrums. For instance, as a Yoruba person, if you come to me now and say to me, like, you people, you fought amongst yourself for 16 years, there's nothing cool about Kiriji War, nothing cool about it. But if you tell me that it happened, I don't have to feel bad about it. It happened. But if you say, don't talk about it, just talk about the part where we're all happy and we're all building together and we're all doing something, you are not ready for history. Just gonna be watching cartoon. Even your cartoon self, you have villains there, but you get the point. Anyway, I wanted to talk about that because it's been on for a bit, and I think people should get serious. When you feature prominently, they will talk about you. And let me say it this way. There's a reason people don't talk about history from certain parts of the country. And I'll mention two of those reasons. Number one is that it's a case of evolution, right? Cultural evolution now, I mean. I'm not talking about genetics and things. Cultural evolution. You have not evolved to the point where you can actually just face the past and, because ordinary Coup, you are still crying. Any small things, don't, so you cannot discuss your issue like that. Number two is that what you wear has determined what you are. And if you are reminded of what you wear, because it's actually how you are behaving, you'll be angry. Which goes back to number one, cultural evolution issues. So that's the reason. So I just want to advise all Nigerians: embrace your history, embrace it. It's part of your kidney. And where you are supposed to, and if you have evolved, we will know. For instance, somebody type me, I won't mention it. If you mention Kiriji, I won't say, yes, we did it. It's a bad period in our history as Yoruba people. We acknowledge it, we learn from it. But when you talk about the greatness of, if you talk about the greatness of Oyo, for instance, I'll be happy. If you talk about Ekiti, I'll be happy. If you talk about Ife, Abeokuta, Ijebu, Egba, or Yewa, everybody, I'll be happy. But if we talk about our mistakes as well, I will feel somehow, but I'll learn from it and move on. Not to be shouting, stop it. Are we not all Nigerian? That's not how history works. So, okay. May God bless every part of this country. And people get very comfortable with their past. It will change their lives. Last stuff I'll talk about before I bring people up. Should I bring people up now, or should we make it or we should make it later? Anyway, let me play you this video. I commented on this on Twitter, and I'll just play this. I think it's shameful, and it's going to destroy people's chances in Benin Republic. Take a listen, please.
Truth of witchcraft and black magic. Today, So what is the truth of witchcraft and black magic? Today, I'm stepping inside the largest gathering of Voodoo religion in the world to investigate and uncover the truth behind one of Africa's oldest spiritual systems.
Welcome to the Voodoo capital of the world, the home of black magic.
This spinning haystack is called the Zambetu, the watchers and protectors of the night. It can dance, spin, fly, and yes, apparently, it even accepts money.
Voodoo takes money. There's nobody in there, but it takes money.
They say the Zambetus is controlled by a spirit and that nobody is inside. Sounds unbelievable, right? So I had to see for myself.
Open it.
It was spinning and then it stopped. They opened it. A dog came out of it.
Where did he go to? Where did he go to?
He then went ahead to put it back, close it, and it started spinning again. This is impossible. I told them to do it again, but this time a chicken was revealed. I'm still not convinced. So I flew my drone and I caught someone sneaking out of the Zambetu. But then, why is it when it is open, it is completely empty? What's really going on here? To understand, you need to watch the full video on my YouTube channel where I dig deep into this mystery, and yes, I expose the trick. You can find the link in my bio. And this tradition doesn't stop in Benin. Voodoo spread to the Caribbean, the Americas, and beyond during the transatlantic slave trade. When enslaved people were taken from this region, they carried their spiritual belief with them, protecting their identity, culture, and faith wherever they landed. I got rare behind-the-scene access to the rituals that prepare performers for the festival. And trust me, I can't show most of what I saw on camera. So
this video trended on X for a couple of days, and you see, I understand youthful exuberance, right? This thing that makes you feel like you want to know, you want to know everything, and you're very curious, and that's good. But I think people should learn to act like they are civilized. When you say things like you want to expose what they're doing, number one, I don't. When it comes to matters like this, I don't talk about it from a religious perspective. If you know me, I like to talk about it from a cultural standpoint, and I think this is disrespectful. A person takes a drone to peep into what people are doing and say, I'm exposing the chick there because apparently there's a human being there, but they don't want people to know. I want you to know it's not jazz, it's just a person that is there. I want to expose the chick. What's wrong with you? Guys, it's called IP. Let me say that I've said it before. We have another session on it. It's not today's topic. You see, this idea of mysticism, for the most part, in this part of the world, it's actually done to protect something. Sometimes it's not as spiritually deep as people think. That's the truth. I'm not saying it's not deep. It's not as spiritually deep as people think. In most cases, they're using it to protect something. In other words, the people are protecting. It's their own way of making sure they don't lose that thing, so that every Dick and Harry now gets to do it. Now, if you now take a drone, I don't know if you've seen this video, by the way, but I'll explain. So what's happening here is this guy goes to Benin Republic, he sees this masquerade, right, and then he wants to know what's inside the masquerade. All right, because it looks like it's empty, it tumbles, you can't see anything inside. You give it money, you see a chicken instead of a person, so you're wondering how come it's empty. And then the guy now takes a drone, in order to essentially invade their privacy by looking at what they are doing in there and how they get in the Coup. It makes no sense. Any sane person knows that of course there's somebody there. If people actually have sense, like they want to make people believe, you know what you should have done? You should have said that you want to have like a documentary on the athletic abilities of the kids that get into that thing and are able to perform that feat. So while you're in a way maybe exposing whatever, you're actually going to acknowledge their genius, not to downgrade it in the name of demystification. This thing makes these guys money. It is a tourist attraction, and lots of people have gone to that place not to reveal anything, just to enjoy it. Do we not know that there's nobody in the North Pole? When you hear Santa Claus, are you going to the North? Is there anybody there? Why do you tell kids about Tooth Fairy? Sometimes, in fact, sometimes you know that there's nothing, but you just like that ignorance. You just want to enjoy the moment. To be honest, a lot of the performances you see, we call them Egun and Larry, they have these tricks, they do crazy things, and they're able to like suspend laws of nature, that kind of thing, or do things that normal people cannot do. They have their ways, and let me tell you something, for the most part it's science. It's not as spiritual as we think, but the way to explain it is not by degrading them and say there's nothing in voodoo, there's nothing in this voodoo thing, they're just lying to us. That makes no sense. It means that you are not civilized. The better part is to talk to them, to understand the science behind what they are doing. They will not expose everything, of course, because why should they? But at least you are showing that you appreciate their genius. Not to say that, oh yeah, they're just lying to all of us, I'm going to expose the tricks. It makes no sense. And I hope that people learn, because now, hopefully, if you go to Benin Republic now, you carry camera, they don't let you see anything, because one person has gone there because of content and essentially just made them look like fools. So they have this on the. And you know the crazy part? I saw a procession. I think this video was from Bavaria or something. One of those some parts of Europe, but there's another part from Eastern. There's one from Eastern Europe. Bavaria, I think Bavaria is in Germany, but there's another one from Eastern Europe, where they had masculine land. Nobody goes there to be looking underneath to see what's there. I hope that there was a lot of backlash on Twitter, but the person didn't think it was necessary, just shouting, I don't care. It's just important for us to learn. You can learn from others. You can even, I know the funny thing about these so-called uneducated people that you think they're just using jazz. If you can be humble, they will teach you science beyond what you were taught in school. But if you and what they are doing intentionally. If you look at them and all you see is religion, and I saw a lot of people discussing it from a religious perspective, if all you see is religion, they have won. That's actually what they're trying to do. They don't want you to just see religion. But if you want to claim that you've gone to school and you want to study what they're doing, ask them sensible questions. Try and understand where they're coming from. How do they train these people? How do they train these young guys? How can they go in there, just fly and stay in the air for a bit? Before landing, and how do they do that? Not to be saying I'm exposing them. I don't think it's actually. They are not the ones who are backward. If you think like that, you are the one who is primitive. You are the one who is actually backward. You are not exposing anything apart from your ignorance. Having said that, we're going to go to today's topic. We have a lot of books to read, and it's almost 7 p.m. And I know that we had some issues at the beginning, so I will stay a few more minutes. But let's have people speak. We're going to make it very quick because we have to get to the topic momentarily. So we have 4 people in the wings. I'll bring you up. Please, once you get up, mute and then make your submission. Make it very fast, and then we can rush to class today. Thank you very much. Milky, good to see you too. Good evening. Lagos, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us. All right, please, as soon as you get up, please mute, and then you'll be called on to make your submission. Sigueru. Okay, let's start with Sigueru. Good evening.
Hey, brother. Good evening. How you doing?
Evening. I'm all right.
Yeah, I really appreciate your submission. You see, one thing about these people is that I think they should even be cautious, and they should even be thinking about this time instead of thinking about. They are writing another history right now in front of us. they are writing another history right now. And the difference is that the history they are writing now is more clearer than the one in the past, because right in front of us we are watching like in 4K. So, and what they do today is going to reflect in years to come. And that's what they fail to know. You know, I mean, you don't have kings and you want to claim kingdoms, not to talk of empire. How does that even make sense? You're talking about history. Do you think history is all about Aburi Code or the Coup? I mean, that's what they call history to them. Because if you listen to them online, they say, hey, just tell us what is in that Aburi Code. What is that Aburi Code? That's all the history they know. I mean, we are talking about kingdoms. We are talking about people. I mean, they make fun of us. Hey, Fulani has conquered, Fulani conquered you people. Nupe conquered you people. Yeah, we know that's part of our history. So now, you didn't conquer anybody, nobody conquered you, then you want to claim it. So what do you want to claim? You know, I mean, it's just funny. But anyway, continue your good work, brother. I appreciate you. I mean, let me just thank you there. Let me just.
You are effortlessly funny.
Yeah, I mean, you know. Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much. Somebody wrote Oraimo code. Thank you. Aburi code, Oraimo code. It is well. You know, the day, and like I said, there is nothing wrong in not having some things in the past. It just shows where you were and where you are. And that's okay, right? That's why when the Ghana thing happened and the gentleman said he was going to name streets after ancient Igbo, and he mentioned names like Louis Mbanefo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, I was like, ancient? Okay. I mean, that's the definition of ancient. That's why I said that in Nigeria, we all must be humble enough to ask that person when they're making their statements, like, definition of terms. What do you mean, sir, by ancient? When they tell you, then you understand where they're coming from. And that's okay. All right, let's go to the next person. That will be Bumblebee. Good evening, Bumblebee.
Oh, good evening, Prof.
Evening, sir.
I'm so glad I was able to make it to this session. Most times I'm always at work and I'm always just not able to get here in time. So, well, just like the last caller said, which is exactly when you look back, you know what you always say, that our fathers are wise. We shouldn't think that our fathers are not wise. And some of the decisions they made, and we're like, why did they do this? Now we are beginning to understand. You know, the news carried it that Americans are boots on the ground now. I think this is the first time America will be on the soil of Nigeria with their soldiers, to maybe in a supportive capacity, but whichever way they are here, you know. And we have two people, Tojala Sheju, Lady, you know. When people say things about Usman Nafodio, you know, the wars, the Sultanate War and everything, see what they are doing in Kwara State, see what they did in Kwara State, you know, see what they are doing all around the country, see the rampage. It's crazy. They are just ripping and pillaging all around. There's no method to the madness. What are they fighting for? Is everybody in Nigeria not facing the same things they are facing? Everybody in Nigeria is facing everything now. So when people say there's a reason they don't want Asheju and Fulani, we can all see why. And the other people, when you see why Nigeria went to war, even though some of us didn't experience it, now we are beginning to see people, Tojala Sheju, the people that are overdoing everything. You know, they're overdoing everything. You go everywhere, you want to rain on people's parade. You know, in Ghana, you are the one people are complaining about. In South Africa, they are complaining about you. In India, they are complaining about you. Benin Republic is complaining about you. Cameroon is complaining about you. So, if anyone, so, anyways, just to round it up, my own admonition would be to our people, our Molabi. Don't lose guard. Don't lose guard. hold your position tight. You don't need to be aggressive. Make your decision on protecting your ancestral territories, and do it in a very, very meaningful, respectful way. And God will help us to keep strategy and succeed at it. Thank you very much. Hello, Prof. Are you still there?
Yes, I'm back now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just give me a second. All right. No, I'm back. Thank you very much for that submission. I really do appreciate that. There was one other person that was supposed to come up earlier. I think they probably went back down. All right, but we'll get into today's conversation. But thank you very much, Bumblebee, for your submission, and also to Sigo Eru. I think your name is quite interesting, Sha. But thank you for being here. All right. We'll bring more people later. Okay, let's just get into today's topic. Okay, so we're starting a new series today. We're starting this because of a question that was asked last week by a gentleman who was trying to understand, Nigerian history, and he mentioned something that Samuel Koko said, and I thought that we should spend some time on it. And what did he say? One second, let me just be sure we're good on YouTube. By the way, I did not talk to our folks on YouTube. Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. Thank you very much for being here. I always like to read your comments. Let me just quickly read the comments before we get to this topic, okay? So that we can also carry everybody along. Akador says, I am Asian too. You are? Really? Says, what is the cultural background of the content creator? I don't want to mention his ethnicity. Akador says history cannot be fixed. It can't. It just makes things better. And Olagunji Mano Yebode, thank you, sir, for being. He says they had autonomous settlement. Yes, they did. The grandparents, I'm not going to read it out here. Please, on YouTube, is it clear? Somebody says no sound. I hope it's better now. Please, on YouTube, you can now. New Era says the Ibadan army once had a war camp at Jeba after the Fulani jihad fled all the way to Kebbi without stopping. Well, that's interesting. All right. So I hope the audio is good on YouTube. Okay, thank you very much, New Era. Thank you for the feedback. I really appreciate it. I'm just going to see Facebook for a second, read their stuff, if any, and then we'll get into today's topic. On Facebook, Chijoke Amadi says, just knew about you today, still watching. Chijoke Amadi. Okay, it depends on if you are, but thank you very much for being here. Thank you for watching. Hopefully, we'll all learn together. Ade Adigun says, if I may add to this topic, after the 1953 Constitutional Conference in London, it was agreed that each state of the Federation should have bicameral legislation. That is, okay, I get what you're saying now. That is the said House of Assembly and the House of Chiefs. The North had emirs and the West had kings. Eastern region did not have the structure to create the House of Chiefs. So the establishment of the 1953 London Constitutional Conference was postponed for 2 years. so that Igbos can restructure their communities to create the House of Chiefs. Kindly read Chief Awolowo and Sadano of Sokoto books on this issue. After that, we started hearing about Zik and the Awolowo of Onitsha. We all know that Igbos have communities of elders, and that was their structure until after the 1953 Constitutional Conference, and then the wearing of Agbada, Sokoto, and Buba by our Igbo brothers and sisters. Facts are facts. If you look at the dressing of Igbo politicians in the 1950s and 60s, they dress like Yoruba people. Just about all of them. Just about all of them. From Zik to Kwara to Mbadiwe, all of them. Is that they dress that way, or they wore suits? It is well. History is sacrosanct, isn't it? You can't change it because people don't feel comfortable. Just move on with the times and then make tomorrow better. All right, having done that, let's get to today's topic. Let's begin with the book that the person mentioned when they came. So again, backstory. Last week, bro, I see in the comment section, say Macintosh said they had to invent traditional rulers. They had to. And it's not bad. When it gets to that particular era in Nigeria's history, they will now mention you because that's where you come up. That's how it is. I don't think there's any problem if you're really being serious, but it is what it is, I guess. All right, so let's get into this. Last week, we were having a conversation and somebody came up and asked a question. Jesus Christ, why is everybody writing things in the comment section? Oh, God. You know what? Before the topic, let me just hold on. Be like, say people get plenty of things for body. Let me just delete which in the right because everybody's angry. It says Zik started wearing Siago opposite. And Binu go. You know, it was 1963. Since you're talking about clothes, 1963, they had to pass an edict in Enugu that folks coming to the market should wear clothes, must wear clothes. 1963. At some point, all of us will agree that we are in one Nigeria, good people, great nation, but we are not at the same level. We're not at the same level. We're not. That was in 1963. That was like yesterday. I'm not going to say this is what Yoruba people were doing at this point. I don't want to do any comparison, but just give you an idea that that's when people say things like what you're writing in the comment section. Oh, Gili, own Gili. I'm like Gili. Fola Rich says Abba. Guys, we'll get to today's topic. I want to read the book because I don't like when people say Abba like that. It's going to look like I'm lying. Mumbo. We'll get to today's topic, but let's finish this one first. Which of this book? Now I have to think of which of the books to read to you now, but no, since you said the way you said that Abba makes it look as if I'm lying. Mumbo. There was a report, I hope I can find that one, in New York Times, where they talked about another edict from the same government. Now I have to find this, no matter, I have to find it. I also hope I can find it early enough. Okay, you are being sarcastic, Abi. Oh, okay. Me, I'm not being sarcastic, Kushao, because this one is facts of history. This man was the premier at the time, Michael Kwara. If I knew we were going to share, I would have looked for the book before we even had the conversation, because I like to present evidence. Like their friend used to say, empirical. Empirical, can you come like empirical your mouth. Empirical. If you guys find empirical, you will not like it along, but there's a New York Times. I found it. They're being naked. Okay, let's just read this other part. Even in the eastern region of Nigeria, with Enugu as its capital, Dr. Michael Okpara, the premier of the region, put up an edict in 1963 declaring that anybody that came to Ogbite market in Enugu naked would pay a fine. And that was how second-hand clothing called Okrika or wake up was introduced into Nigeria. Second-hand clothing came into Nigeria through the eastern region. We didn't used to wear second-hand clothing. I mean, Nigerians generally speaking. So they had to bring those things in so they could help clothe. And there's nothing wrong in this thing. It's just when you say these things, the reason you are feeling bad is because you are comparing yourselves with other people. That's the real reason. That comparison is where the sadness is coming from. And 1 Corinthians, those who compare themselves with themselves are not wise. I'll read one more thing, then we'll go to today's topic. This is from New York Times. In other provinces, the people have donned clothes, but in Abakaliki, not even a fig leaf, much less a loincloth, is worn. Provincial Secretary J.W. Leach said Abakaliki residents must get clothes in 30 days after August 1st. Must get clothes in 30 days. After August 1, any person found naked or scantily clothed will be prosecuted, the secretary said. I mean, this is not it's plenty. I don't like getting into things like this. People just be calm. Everybody just calm down. So you have covered your upper area and your lower area. Gele is that you have enough, you now have extra now. Ishafugon was introduced by Oyibo. All of us should just respect ourselves. Just understand your history, be proud of who you are, and there's another one, but I don't want to read it. Let's just stop here for now. May God bless everybody. Nigeria is blessed. Every region is blessed. And there's nothing wrong. By the way, there's a group in Koma Hills. I think it's in former old Gongola state. It should be Adamawa, Taraba, one of those two states now, that were discovered in the 1990s, and people were donating clothes. And it's not an insult. Whenever you wake up is your morning. It's okay. It's just that you won't tell everybody that you're better than them. Meanwhile, in history and even in reality, you're not all that. That's the problem. Just acknowledge who you are and everybody will be fine. Having said that, let's go to the topic of today. We had a conversation last week where somebody came up and asked a question about Awolowo's treasonable felony. Okay, and people say it also, like on social media, they say, oh, Yoruba, Awolowo went to prison, he planned a coup, and they throw jabs. Again, not very smart people, but it's what it is. And then he mentioned that he read a book by Max Yolon, where Samikoku said that they went to Ghana, and that it was true what they said. So I said, we're going to have a session on it, rather than just answer the person and say yes or no. We're going to actually have a series of conversations on this matter. So we're starting a new series today, Awo on Trial, why Awolowo was tried for treason. Thank you very much, Cam, for that comment. So let's start where that gentleman started. And he started by talking about what Sami Koko said, and he talked about a particular book. So I'm going to read that book, then we'll go into other books. Okay? Like I said, this series, Iwemakbo. I could tell you exactly what happened, but I don't think that's not what we do here. We try to actually hear from the people to show you, not just from me. Before people start asking you, were you even there? Let's listen to people who were there. So let's start with Oil, Politics and Violence, Nigeria's Military Coup Culture, and then from there we'll go to other books. Please stay with me. We're going to read a lot of books today, but we're going to have fun. Okay? Please keep our tapping on TikTok. Let's get this 100k likes. If on YouTube, Facebook, like and share. Twitter, please like and repost. Let's get into this. Oil, Politics and Violence, Max Yolon. Samuel Koku publicly confessed that the plot was real and that they had attempted to overthrow the federal government by extra constitutional means. Now, Sam had escaped, by the way, to Ghana. We'll get into all of those things. He escaped to Ghana. And now he's saying that everything that they said was true. And this is what Sam Ikoko said. We were fed up with the way the Nigerian system, the Nigerian state, and the Nigerian government were operating. We were deeply committed to a change of government, and we saw that waiting for elections would not produce any solution to the problem. This is what we did. We started preparations for it, and the preparations had gone very far, and I believe we would have pulled it off. But unfortunately for us, our leader was so kind to the Nigerian police that he had a police informant among his planners, and so the police knew every move we were making. Hold up. So you read this, you don't have to look for the holes to find them. His own statement has holes in them before we even read other books. So he's saying here that the leader, whoever that leader is or was, had a police informant among his planners, and so the police knew every move we were making. How would the police know what you're making because you have an informant amongst them? You didn't mention that the informant was caught. You're making it sound like because you have a police informant, therefore the police knew what you were planning. Let's keep reading. So it says says our leader was so kind to the Nigerian police that he had a police informant among his planners, and so the police knew every move we were making, and so it was easy to trip us up. Well, after the act, people have been saying there was no coup because we went to court. There was no plan to overthrow the government. Naturally, if you catch me over a coup plot and take me to court, I have to enter a plea of not guilty. I did not do it. This is normal. Our leader even became the number 2 citizen in the country. I felt it was time to tell the country the truth so that our history would be correct. So all I'm saying is that yes, there was an attempt to overthrow the government. Yes, I took part in the attempt. Yes, it failed thanks to people like MD Yusuf and Co. Then Maxilon then writes, Awolowo's incarceration was followed by the perpetuation of the western region of an unpopular government by Chief Samuel Akentola of the NNDP. The western region proved to be battleground and so on and so forth. So here's the point he's trying to say here, that Awo was part of it. This man that I was talking was not in Nigeria. He didn't go to prison, by the way. At least not at the same time, because he was in Ghana all the while, but we'll get into it. Now, that's what Samuel Ikoko said. This is what the gentleman that came up here read and said, Ikoko said this. Is it true that Awo actually did it? Rather than say what I think, I'm going to read something to you from Ebenezer Babatokwe. He wrote a book called Awo's Great Life Battles. At some point in this conversation, you will determine what the truth is. So just stay with me. Let's read together. Samuel Gumsu Ikoko was one of the frontline leaders. I'm reading Awo's Great Life and Awo's Great Life Battles by Ebenezer Babatokwe. It says Samuel Gumsu Ikoko was one of the frontline leaders of the Action Group in the First Republic, who ended up as a member of the ruling National Party of Nigeria in the Second Republic. So he worked with NPN in the Second Republic. A very brilliant economist, S.G. Ikoko was one of the students of the famous Harold Lasky, a professor of economics at the London School of Economics. S.G. Ikoko holds a master's degree in economics. S.G. Ikoko's talent as a gifted orator and a radical politician was discovered by Papa Obafemi Awolowo in the early 50s. Awo did not waste much time in inviting him to join the Action Group. Ikoko created history in Nigerian politics when he became the first man to contest an election against his own father, the well-known late Sir Alvan Ikoku of Arochukwu in eastern Nigeria. Ikoko created history in Nigerian politics when he became the first. Ikoko created history in Nigerian politics when he became the first man to contest an election against his own father, the well-known late Sir Alvan Ikoku of Arochukwu in eastern Nigeria. S.G. Ikoku defeated his father and consequently became the official leader of the Action Group opposition in the then Eastern Regional House of Assembly. By 1960, Ikoku had become a major force in the politics of the country. His brilliance, his oratorical power, his charm as a revolutionary socialist activist soon warmed his out again. His brilliance, his oratorical power, his charm charm as a revolutionary socialist activist soon warmed him that the insistence of Chief Awolowo on having Ikoku as the General Secretary of the then Action Group in preference to Chief Ayorosiji was one of the causes of the Action Group crisis of 1962. We're going to tie everything together, but just pay attention to the things we're saying. Again, he says here, it is now a part of Nigeria's history that the insistence of Chief Awolowo on having Ikoku as the General Secretary of the then Action Group in preference to Chief Ayorosiji was one of the causes of the Action Group crisis of 1962. At the Just Conference of the party, S.G. Ikoku was unanimously elected the General Secretary of the Action Group. He defeated Chief Ayorosiji, who had held the post for many years, in a landslide. Chief Ayorosiji withdrew from the conference and joined forces with the Akintola faction of the party. A major rift within one of the best organized political parties in Africa had thus begun. One of the highlights of Action Group Just Conference of 1962 was the declaration of democratic socialism as the ideological stand of the party. Consequently, the Action Group Federal Secretariat was organized massively along radical lines. S.G. Ikoku contributed immensely to the process of radicalization of the party. Conservative elements within the Action Group who found the new ideological trend of the Action Group as not being suitable for their class positions did not waste time in declaring open war against the party. Late Chief Okunowo from Jeba was to later explode on the floor of the House of Representatives that Chief Awolowo was now surrounding himself with young bearded communist rascals. The Action Group crisis later worsened, leading to the declaration of a state of emergency in the then Western region controlled by the party. An administrator, Dr. Koye Majakodumi, was appointed by the Balewa-led NPC government to rule the region. S.G. Ikoku later fled to Ghana to seek political refuge there. As Papa Awolowo himself said, S.G. Ikoku came out with the suggestion that Action Group leaders, please pay attention. S.G. Ikoku came out, I'll take that from the beginning. S.G. Ikoku later fled to Ghana to seek political refuge there. As Papa Awolowo himself said, S.G. Ikoku came out with the suggestion that Action Group leaders should seek refuge in Nkrumah's Ghana. Papa Awo said that at a rally of a government, I'll tell it again, Papa Awo said that at the rally of the Action Group at Okwawo in Lagos, after the Balewa government had declared the emergency in the Western region. S.G. Ikoku pleaded with Awo, to take his suggestion of fleeing to Ghana. Papa Awo said his reply to Ikoku was a firm no. Awo told Ikoku that it was going to be most distressing. I'll take that again. Awo told Ikoku that it was going to be most distressing news in all decent ears if he, as the leader of the Action Group, should desert the teeming supporters of the party and seek refuge in a country where he would soon pose a security problem to his hosts. S.G. Ikoku disappeared immediately to Ghana that same day. Number 1 second, please. I'll take that again. So, in fact, let me explain what just happened. I will still explain much later, but let me just say that after Balewa declared state of emergency in Western region, we're going to get into how that happened. S.G. Ikoku advised it is what it is. Awo then said no, because being the leader of the party, it would be distressing for others to hear that Ogati Salo. So he decided to stay. But that same day, S.G. Ikoku fled to Ghana. S.G. Ikoku was to be in exile in Nkrumah's Ghana for a little over 4 years. While in Ghana, Ikoku enjoyed tremendous goodwill from the Nkrumah government. Kwame Nkrumah and Chief Obafemi Awolowo were very good friends. Their first meeting was at the 1945 Manchester Pan-African Conference. The conference was equally attended by late Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya and President Kamuzu Banda, the dictator of Malawi. Folarich says, like, Ifajina ran, Azikiwe ran, Ojukwu ran, Ikoku ran, like it's normal. Anyway, so the writer here is saying that Kwame Nkrumah and Chief Obafemi Awolowo were very good friends. Their first meeting was at the 1945 Manchester Pan-African Conference. The conference was equally attended by late Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya and President Kamuzu Banda, the dictator of Malawi. S.G. Ikoku soon became the economic advisor to Kwame Nkrumah. This was besides his being a senior lecturer at the Ideological Institute at Winneba, a beautiful small town on the road to Cape Coast in Ghana, and also the deputy editor of the Spark, a radical socialist weekly of the African Revolution. Please power tap on TikTok. I'm seeing activity. Please power tap. Thank you. Thank you. Please power tap. Thank you. Morisha says Nnamdi Kanu ran but was picked up in Kenya. Running. I don't know why they're not winning. So Ikoku goes to both, but it is what it is. Anyway, so Ikoku goes to Ghana, gets to work with Kwame Nkrumah. He was the economic advisor and was also a lecturer at Ideological Institute at Winneba, a beautiful small town on the road to Cape Coast in Ghana. Then he was also the deputy editor of the Spark, a radical socialist weekly of the African Revolution. Following the February 24, 1966 coup in Ghana, which terminated the progressive government of Kwame Nkrumah, the military rulers in Ghana, led by General Joseph Ankara, arrested S.G. Ikoku and another Nigerian, Mr. Ayode Banjo. The same Ayode Banjo, the one that... also an action grouper who had fled into exile following the events of 1962 and returned them to the military rulers in Nigeria. The two men were subsequently detained by the Nigerian military rulers. All right, so here's what we've learned so far from all politics and violence. So SJ said that they were going to plan a coup and that they had a leader, and he was referring to Awo, by the way. And then he said that the leader had an informant, a police informant, and that way the whole of the police department knew what was happening. That makes no sense to me. If I have an informant, it's not like I'm informing the police of what we are doing. I'm getting, intelligence report from that informant. That's the sensible thing that informant will do for you, not to be reporting what we are doing to the police. So I don't know how that actually correlates. But we also discover here that he was part of the people that radicalized the party. I'm not going to blame him for that, by the way, because Awo allowed it. They were trying to become more, radical in their approach to politics. And when things happened, he fled to Ghana. We've learned that so far. Okay. So here's the question. Was there a coup? We're going somewhere. Please stay with me. Was there a coup? Did Awolowo tell them to organize a coup? Now, in order to answer that question, we have to go back just a bit. We're going to read a book by Papa himself, Adventures in Power, Book 2, The Travails of Democracy and the Rule of Law by Obafemi Awolowo. This whole thing about coup, when did it begin? And how, and was Awo involved in all of those things? So let's start with this stuff. So I bookmarked it. Okay. Now, there were issues in the party already, in Action Group. And if you want to understand how all these things happen, please read this book, The Traverse of Democracy and the Rule of Law. But you can also listen to our series on YouTube. You can watch our series on YouTube where we discuss Awolowo and Akintola. Let me start from what happened on 20th September 1960. After a prolonged debate, which lasted till very late in the night, the FEC adopted democratic socialism as the party's ideology and basic policy. The name was suggested by SLA, that's Olaluke Akintola. And then went on to talk about the ideals of democratic socialism. We're not going to read all of that, we're just going to run very quickly. So there were issues between SLA and Papa, and we're going to get into some of those things much later. But I just want to establish something about this whole idea of coups. Okay, yeah. 19th February 1962. When was this? 19th February 1962. There are no trials, nobody has caught anybody, nobody is going on any treason, felony charge or anything. The first time in my research where I saw somebody actually accuse Awo of planning a coup was not even when the whole thing started. It was somebody that was having a problem with Awo who was already working with the North at the time in history. And that was SLA. SLA was already partnering with the North. How he did it, why he did it, we'll get into all of those things later. But I just want to make a point about this whole coup matter. So this is 19th February 1962. The governor of Western Nigeria, the Ooni of Ife, Sir Adesoji Aderemi, Oba Samuel Akinsanya, the Odemo of Ishara, Chief T.A. Odutola, the Ogbeni Oja of Jebode, Chief S.L. Akintola, Chiefs Osuntokun and Ogundiran, and I met at the Government House Ibadan to discuss the allegation made by me against Chief Akintola to the effect that Chief Akintola was undermining my leadership with a view to overthrowing it. You know what happened now? We've talked about it before. That Awo was the leader of the party, Akintola was the premier of the region, but Akintola was trying to also take on the role of, it was at the federal level, but it was opposition leader. But he was still leading the party. Akintola had this idea that since he was now the premier, he should be able to also lead the party. So he was undermining Awo's leadership, and this is something that all historians agree, on. And we're not yet telling you what happened and why it happened, but I just want to establish the fact that it is true that they were having issues already by this time. Okay, they had the Congress in Jos, where Akintola left everybody to travel to Ibadan to go and welcome Sardauna, which was a huge blow because people saw it in the newspaper in Jos and they were very angry. By the time he returned with Ayorosiji, people knew, time was up. They had some issues. But we're going to get into some of those things. I think we should start. I'm talking a lot about these things. I don't think it's right that I'm just saying it. Let's go back a bit, please. Let's go back a bit, just to create a proper basis for what we're discussing. So we're not just talking in the air. Let's go back a bit. Let's start with 30th January. Let's start with 30th January 62. So, of course, they've been having issues before this point. They've had... I'm looking at the best place to start without going too far, because we're still going to go far later. Here's the summary. Awo didn't want Akintola to become premier originally. He never wanted it. The person that would have taken that role died. Okay? And that was Bode Thomas. He died, And so Akintola became the deputy, should I say president of the party, or leader of the party. And when it was time for Papa to go to the center, he then said, he wanted to have F.R.A. Williams or Akindeko or Anthony Nauru. Those were his choices, not Akintola at all. But Akintola sent people like Doherty, sent Alhaji Gbadamosi, a number of people to persuade Awo, and it took a long time before we eventually agreed. I wish he never did, because if he did not, Nigeria would be like Singapore now. And I know what I'm saying, by the way. And it's not because one person is bad or good. It's just that, when actions have far-reaching consequences. But so that has already happened. Akintola was doing all kinds of things. He will hold press conferences. He will reduce the price of commodities like cocoa and things like that. So, but we'll talk about that later. Let's just go straight to what happened on 30th January 1962. A meeting federal executive was held at Jos. Chief Osuntokun and Honorable Adigun challenged my right to co-opt some members into the council. I defended my action by making reference to the party's constitution and to generally accepted practice in such matters. Chief Osuntokun is the one who wrote the book that we read one time like that was, giving scathing reviews of how he had his own issues with him. I refer to the presence of Prince Adedoyin at the meeting. He had been invited to the meeting by the deputy leader without previous clearance with me. All the same, I was prepared to accommodate him and regard him as duly co-opted. I warned against the repetition of the ugly and barren disputation which occurred at Ikeja on 18th December 1961. My explanation was accepted and the meeting proceeded. A steering committee of the Congress was set up under the chairmanship of Ayotunde Rosiji. 1st February 1962. The deputy leader, Chief S.L. Akintola, got permission from me to leave Jos for Ibadan on what he described as urgent state matter. He promised to be back on Saturday, 3rd February 1962. He did not specify the nature of the state matter, nor did he disclose to me that he was going there to receive the Sardauna. 2nd February 1962. I delivered my presidential address to the Congress. It was well received. According to newspaper reports, Chief Akintola had gone to Ibadan to welcome the Premier of Northern Nigeria, who had gone there on the invitation of the University College Ibadan to open Sultan Bello Hall. According to information from the principal, which reached us at Jos, Chief Akintola's presence had embarrassed the University College authorities as he had not been expected. Accordingly, the members attending the Congress were in their private conversations critical of Chief Akintola's conduct for the following reasons. I will explain the reasons later. So what they're saying here is this. They were having a meeting, Federal Executive Council meeting in Jos. Akintola reaches out to Awo, says that there was an urgent state matter that he had to attend to. He traveled from Jos to Ibadan. What he did not tell Awo was that he was going there to welcome the Sardauna. Now, what was Sardauna in UI? What happened at the time was this. UI had this new hall of residence. It's called Sultan Bello. It's still there. It's called Sultan Bello Hall. So they invited Sardauna to come and open it. Why? Because Sardauna is the grandson of Sultan Bello. Okay, the same Sultan of Sokoto. So Akintola decided to go there and welcome him, greet him, whatever. Now the news of what he did gets back to Jos. You see how this thing ties with the coup later. Just stay with me. The news gets back to Jos. People in Jos start getting angry, like, why on earth would he leave the Federal Executive Council meeting of his party to go and welcome the leader of another party without telling his own people what he was doing? So let's go on now. So the people at the Congress were critical of Chief Akintola's conduct for the following reasons. Number one, the Sardauna of Sokoto was not on an official visit to Ibadan. He was invited by the principal of University College Ibadan to perform the opening ceremony of Sultan Bello Hall. Consequently, it was improper for Chief Akintola to leave the party's Congress to welcome another man's guest in Ibadan. By doing so, he had shown scant respect for the party's highest organ. Number two, the conduct of Chief... Excuse me, please. Number two, the conduct of Chief Akintola made the party an object of ridicule. For while the leader of the party was busy delivering an address, which in part condemned the repressive measures being taken against the opposition by the northern government, his deputy was at the same time demonstrating his tacit approval of such measures by giving the Premier of Northern Region a state welcome, even when the premier was not on an official visit to Western Nigeria. What is he saying here? At this point in Nigeria's history, Action Group had a thing for the North. They were like head-to-head, they were head-butting essentially. And so they were criticizing the old feudal system and the political structure of the North. But while they were doing that, the deputy leader of the party was welcoming the leader of the party in the North that was repressing Action Group in the North. So it didn't make sense. Number 3, there was an implied but clear suggestion in the conduct of Chief Akintola that he rated the Sardauna higher in the order of political hierarchy than his own leader. The photograph of Chief Akintola and the Sardauna of Sokoto also appeared in the papers. Congress attendants were annoyed and wanted to discuss the action of Akintola, which they considered outrageous, provocative, and contemptuous of the Congress. I ruled such discussion out of order and appealed to members to exercise restraint. 3rd February 1962. Debate on the presidential address began. Chief Akintola arrived back in Jos at 3 p.m. and told me that he was too tired and therefore could not attend the afternoon session of the Congress. He was excused. But it came to my notice about midnight that Chief Akintola had decided to leave Jos for Ibadan the following morning, on the grounds that, number 1, I had raised the issue of national government in my presidential address, contrary to the prior agreement between me and him that the issue would not be raised. Number 2, he had been attacked by speakers during the debate on the presidential address. Number 3, the Congress had decided to proceed with the election of officers contrary to his advice to me on the point. On receiving that report, I sent for Akintola twice to come and see me so that I could give him an explanation on each of the points made by him. Twice, he declined my invitation. My voluntary envoys for this purpose were Shoni, Alfred, that's Mr. Alfred, Shoni is Shoni Bare, Alfred, Mr. Alfred Juwani, and Prince Adedoyin. On his second refusal, I decided to stand. I'll tell that again. On his second refusal, I decided not to stand on my right. I took my garment and went to his chalet. This was about 1:30 a.m. on Sunday, 4th February. I most sincerely appealed to and begged him in the names of, number 1, our 22-year-old friendship, which might be adversely affected if he carried out his intention. Number 2, of the Action Group to which we all profess loyalty and which would suffer if he left Jos in the prevailing circumstances. Number 3, of the masses of the people of Western Nigeria whom we dedicated ourselves to serve and whose welfare would be seriously endangered if he left Jos in his present mood. And number 4, of God. I told him I had no wish to enter into any argument with him at that stage, but wanted to assure him that no one had in the open meeting attacked or criticized him. All I had come to do was to beg him most sincerely not to leave Jos as he had planned. On our return to Ibadan, there will be plenty of time to discuss his grievances and to give him satisfactory explanations. Chief Akinloye was present. He strongly supported my appeal to Chief Akintola. Chief Roshiji was also, sorry, I'll tell that again. He strongly, let's go back just a bit. Chief Akinloye was present. He strongly supported my appeal to Chief Akintola. Chief Roshiji was also present but did not utter a word. Chief Eso, Shonibare, Alfred Jawani, and Prince Adedoyin, who were with me, did not speak. Chief Akintola spoke briefly. He assured me that he would not leave Jos as planned. That was on 3rd February, Sunday. On 4th February, number 4, 4th February 1962, very early this morning, I asked Prince Adedoyin to go and see if Akintola was still in Jos. He came back and reported rather crisply, but with a touch of humor. Leader, the birds have flown. Chiefs Akintola, Roshiji, and S.A. Tinubu, and Messrs. J.O. Adigun and Duro Ogundiran, and delegates from Osun and Oyo divisions had left Jos by train at 7 a.m. that morning. At 10 a.m., I and the remaining party leaders and delegates attended a Congress Thanksgiving service at the Methodist Church, Jos. As if the preacher knew what was happening within the AG, the text of his sermon was, "Can two walk together except they be agreed?" Amos 3, verse 3. On 5th April 1962, Chief Akintola and his supporters arrived in Ibadan. They were met at the railway station by ministers, obas, and government officials. The crowd shouted SLA on top as Chief SL Akintola alighted from the train. Those who shouted Awolowo were beaten up by Akintola supporters who were led by Mojid Agbaje. 6th February 1962, Dr. Akinola Maja, Chief T.A. Odutola, and Alhaji Gbadamosi arrived in Jos in a chartered plane to discuss with me issues arising from Akintola's withdrawal from the Congress. It was learnt later in the day that Chief Akintola was to have come with this men to Jos, but he was dissuaded from doing so at the last minute by Oba Sidi Akran and Mrs. Akintola. The withdrawal of SLA from Jos and his refusal to return when appealed to do so by well-meaning Yoruba leaders were regarded by the delegates who remained at the Congress as acts of gross disloyalty and a clear declaration of war against the party. 7th February 1962. Ayo Roshiji's letter of resignation from the post of Federal Secretary of the Action Group and his secretary's annual report were rejected by the Congress. A memorandum in which Roshiji had advocated the formation of another political party in place of the Action Group was distributed to the delegates at the Congress. In other words, Roshiji said that he's not doing again. He now put out a document for formation of a new party in the Congress of Action Group. It is well sharp. What he did, by the way, eventually cost him something in Abeokuta. In Owode specifically. We'll talk about that later. New officers of the Congress were elected and the Congress adjourned Senatorial. 8th February 1962. I arrived back in Ibadan. A large crowd turned out to welcome me, but no minister or Oba other than the Odemo of Ishara came to welcome me. At the Mokola roundabout, I was booed by some people who congregated there in front of the NCNC branch secretariat. 9th February 1962. A peace meeting. Please, we are getting closer to the cool thing, so please stay with me. And please don't stop our tapping on TikTok, on YouTube, and Facebook as well. Please like and share. Thank you. If you're on X, please like and repost. 8th February 1962. Okay, we're that already. 9th February 1962. A peace meeting presided over by the Ooni of Ife, supported by some Obas and chiefs, was held at the VIP rest house Ibadan. I had insisted that all divisional leaders, ministers, and parliamentary secretaries should be invited to this meeting, in order that they might for once know the truth of the real issues, instead of the lies which Akintola had propagated among many of them. Akintola strongly objected to the presence of these people at the meeting. On my part, I made it clear that I would participate in the meeting only if these people were allowed to attend. After a lot of negotiation, it was agreed by Akintola and I concurred, after a lot of importunities, that only ministers and parliamentary secretaries should be allowed to attend. Some carefully selected leaders of their party were also allowed to be present. Akintola made his case, which in the main was an attack on his burlesque and caricature of democratic socialism. I made mine and referred to his extreme disloyalty to the party and his intense desire to destroy me and my leadership of the party. In the latter connection, I referred to the campaign in which, pay attention please, this was 62 February. I referred to the campaign in which he had engaged some, I'll tell that again. I'm getting excited. In the latter connection, I referred to the campaign in which he had engaged among some members like Ogundiro and Oshutokun that I was planning a coup against the federal government. In my research, that was the first time I noticed Awo talking about the fact that Akintola was saying that he was planning a coup. This was in February. So Akintola was there. Obade Sojademo was there. Some other leaders were there, and I was saying that you've been campaigning that you've been telling everybody that I've been planning a coup against federal government. Allegation of a coup should be deferred for discussion at another meeting. Anyway, at the close of the meeting, I had no doubt, and this view was shared by most, that the ugly monster brought into being by Akintola's withdrawal from Jos had only been scorched and not killed. the Obas, chiefs and elders had found it difficult to be frank. At the conclusion of the meeting, Akintola was asked to accompany me home in accordance with Yoruba custom, but I decided to accompany him home first, since his house was nearer to the place of meeting than mine. On entering his house, Mrs. Akintola did not hide her hostility to me. Akintola's first daughter, Dele, refused to greet me, but I ordered her to, and she complied. The entire concourse later moved to my house, where they were entertained. We were previously entertained at Akintola's place. We're going to jump February and 9th to 19th February now. So the other meeting was on 9th. This was 10 days later. Still in 62. The governor of Western Nigeria, the Ooni of Ife, Sir Adesoji Aderemi, Oba Samuel Akisoya, the Odemo of Ishara, Chief T.A. Odutola, the Ogbeni Oja of Ijebu-Ode, Chief S.L. Akintola, Chiefs Oshuntoku and Ogundiran, and I met at the Government House Ibadan to discuss the allegation made by me against Chief Akintola, to the effect that Chief Akintola was undermining my leadership with a view to overthrowing it. I had alleged that Chief Akintola was doing this by disseminating malicious information about me, that I was planning a coup d'etat against the federal government. I mentioned Chief S.A. Oshuntoku and Chief Duro Ogundiran as two of the persons to whom he had spoken during his brief stay in Jos. He had boasted to them that if I dared to precipitate any crisis, I would be fighting from behind the bars and not as a free man. Mr. S.R.B. Okoro, who was my press officer on trial at the time, reported to me as having heard this statement directly from Chiefs Oshuntoku and Ogundiran. Chief Akintola denied ever making the alleged statement to anyone. Chiefs Oshuntoku and Ogundiran also denied that Akintola made such a statement to them. When was this? February 1962. Why am I original of these things? I'll tell you why. When you hear people say things like, oh, they caught him, they said this, they said that. So I was trained as a minister. There's something called law of first mention, right? You want to try and understand where this thing is coming from. Did it just happen? You have to go back to be able to build a case on that matter. The point is that long before the federal government got involved, long before NPC, NTNC, long before any of those things happened, Akintola was already moving the idea that he was planning a coup. So when you hear S.G. Okoku say that in Oil Politics and Violence, know that he was not the first person to make the statement about Awo being part of a coup. And there's a way the author of that book wrote it. He made it look as though just because he said it means that he did it, but let's just say that we don't really know, but it looks like he did it. There's a way you can pass an information across and have it's something called plausible deniability. I didn't really say it, but you get the point. The idea is this: the accusation of a coup did not even start with Balewa or Sadauna or Zik. This started with, in February of 62, with, according to Papa, of Akintola actually pushing that idea. Now again, I'm not the Yoruba person that's saying you take Akintola versus Awo. I cannot even compare them. Awo is in a class of his own. Akintola was who he was, but that's not what the conversation is about. It's just to establish the fact that Akintola at this point was already working with the North. Why did they work with the North? We're going to get into all of those things in this series. I'm just trying to lay a groundwork for all of us, okay? That was Great Life Battles by Evisa Babatokwe. We just finished reading Travels of Democracy and the Rule of Law by Papa himself. I want to read something by Odia of Fairmont, who was Awolowo's private secretary. He wrote this book called The Forgotten Documents of the Civil War. So let's read something there. There are some things we are going to get to before we go. And it will take us a while to build this thing, but it's for the best, okay? This is going to be a long read. It's not even as long as the next book, but let's Let's start here. So this is Awolowo and the Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War by Odell Feynman. What may be argued with some certainty is that many of them could see that there was a plot to expose and destroy the Action Group, the ruling party in the Western region. Let's just leave it. I'll tell you why all these things started and what led to this. We'll talk about it later. We're not doing that today. I feel like explaining a lot of things, but we'll do it dear. So let's continue here. What may be argued with some certainty is that many of them could see that there was a plot to expose and destroy the Action Group, the ruling party in the Western region. The plot had begun with the declaration of state of emergency in the region, the setting up of the Coca Commission of Inquiry to prove corruption in the management of Action Group's company, the NIP, so that the federal government could seize the assets of the company, and then the institution of a treasonable felony trial to settle the question of the party's survival once and for all. Later, the plot covered the establishment of the Banjo Commission to prove the failure of free education, Awolowo's most sensational contribution to development in the country, and the star performance that made his party so impregnable in the West. In spite of or because of the underhand methods that were being used to drown Awolowo, anyone who cared to look could tell that he was more sinned against than sinning. In particular, regarding the 1962 treasonable felony trial involving him and 27 others, any objective observer could have seen that Awolowo had done apart from... I'll tell that again. In particular, regarding the 1962 treasonable felony trial involving him and 27 others, any objective observer could have seen that what Awolowo had, in the face of the evident plans to destroy his party, so that the coalition partners in the flesh of the independence government. In the face of the evident plans to destroy his party, so that the coalition partners could chop up its remains, he had vowed that he and his party would make the West ungovernable rather than let the region be taken outside the electoral process. His party began to train people to make sure that no undemocratic victories would befall the region. Let me pause to explain something before we get deep into this. It's about to get hot. Is everything all right on YouTube? I said that somebody came to fight. Sorry guys, I'm a little distracted. Also, Igbos. Officiating at this point. But let's leave that matter. Let's just go back to reading. I was going to explain something. Let me say, I won't go deep into it, but here's the thing. One of the major things that Awo did that got everybody angry was his incursion into the north during the 58-59 electoral cycle. They moved into the north AG candidates in the northern region. And that was actually what got everything scattered. We're going to get into that in this series, okay? What got Sadana very angry with Awo. But the point we're trying to make here is, number one, that the idea of felony, of coup, or organized coup, was already on the lips of Akintola. Why? Akintola was working with the North, and he wasn't doing it because he was a bad man. Akintola had his own idea of what should happen in government. Awo had a totally different idea. So this is not to say one is good or bad. You're going to decide later. Now, in order to work with the North, certain things have to be in place. And one of those things have to be that you have to remove Awo. however you could. So they started pushing this idea that it was trying to organize a coup. But in actual fact, what was happening was this: Awo had made a statement, and we're seeing it here, that they were going to go against anybody who wants to they were going to make the region ungovernable for anybody who wants to. Let me read exactly how he wrote it here. He said that he had vowed that he and his party would make the West ungovernable rather than let the region be taken outside the electoral process. In other words, if you're trying to take over the government of the region through rigging and any of those things, they will make the region ungovernable. I will say that. Now, how are we going to make it ungovernable? That's the question. And how do we tie that to treasonable felony and coup? That's what we're going to discover now. So let's get back to this book. Again, I'm reading Awolowo and the Forgotten Documents. No, sorry guys. Someone on YouTube. No, see. Again, like I always say, I don't like talking about our leaders in terms of that. Akintola actually had his own argument. He probably shouldn't have done it the way he did, but there are certain things that are valid about his argument. We're going to talk about that later, but we're going somewhere. When we get to discussing, I'm responding to someone on YouTube, Mr. Lagunju. When we get to discussing the merits of each person's position, you see the validity of his point. However, should he have done it the way he did? And that's why he's more like a person non grata. It's because of what happened in this period in Nigeria's history. Yomi says that our action made Ahmadu Bello come out to campaign and vowed never to forgive. Yes. We'll get to that later. But thank you. You are right, by the way. You are right. Awo went to the north. Awo had gone to the north to campaign, and it was very, very. It was pushy, right? They were doing things that nobody else had ever done in Nigeria's political history up until that moment. They were using helicopters in 1959, right? They were distributing pamphlets. They called it rain. They rain leaflets on different parts of the country. They were invasive, right? They were doing crazy things, right? Just to try and get people to vote for Action Group in different parts. Normally, the Sardauna would not even campaign, and that's because, you see, he's Fulani. In that area, of course, it's a feudalist structure, so he belongs to the aristocracy. There's no need for the aristocrats to walk the earth and beg for votes from serfs and commoners. It was beneath his dignity. But he had to keep that dignity somewhere and go on the campaign trail when he saw what Awolowo was doing. There was a particular period when he went to a restaurant, he was eating, and when he got to the restaurant, he brought out his handkerchief and blew his nose and saw dust. He saw dust in the handkerchief, and he vowed never to forgive Awolowo. It's in the book, it's in one of these books, Travels of Democracy and the Rule of Law. We'll read it when the time comes. Just give an idea how the incursion of Action Group into the North was actually one of the things that actually started getting the North agitated about Action Group, apart from other things. Having said that, let's continue reading now. So I'm reading The Forgotten Documents of the Civil War by Odia Ofemon. In particular, regarding the 1962 treasonable felony trial involving him, that's Awo, and 27 others, any objective observer could have seen that what Awolowo had done apart from organizing a political party was being a thorn in the flesh of the independence government, that's MPC and CNC. In the face of the evident plans to destroy his party so that the coalition partners could chop up its remains, he had vowed that he and his party would make the West ungovernable rather than let the region be taken outside the electoral process. His party began to train people to make sure that no undemocratic victories would befall the region. Please pay attention. This is where the old treason thing came out. His party began to train people to make sure that no undemocratic victories will befall the region. The party sent apparatchiks to Ghana to train. Give me a second. Ebony.
Apparatchik. Apparatchik.
I was trying to see if this noise can, if this can go down a bit, but like I said, it might take a while, so let's just continue. All right, so let's just read on while hopefully they will stop at some point. Where were we? His party began to train people to make sure that no undemocratic victories would befall the region. The party sent apparatchiks to Ghana to train. So the accusation during the treasonable felony trial that they were sending guerrillas for training in Ghana was correct, insofar as it was not stretched to imply that it was pursuant to carrying out a coup against the government of the Federation. What is generally ignored by the narrators of this segment of Nigeria's history, in spite of the admission of its truth by critical participants, is that every Nigerian political party, every Nigerian political party at that time was training toughs for armed struggle. It may be a secret to those who never bothered to look at what was happening outside the newspapers. This is backhandedly confirmed by Tanko Yakasai in his recent autobiography, where he retails an added dimension that NEPO pro-insurgents were in league with the Cameroonian political party in sending activists for training in Eastern Europe. This should of course be understood against the background of the struggle in the north between NPC thugs, Jamia Maokata, sons of madmen, who wore wooden or akushi hats, described in Alan Feinstein's African Revolutionary as having semi-official sanction to fight against Southern dominance. They subsequently extended their terrorism to a group of NEPO adherents, so that NEPO retaliated with a positive action wing, who wore calabash helmets and were determined to resist the NPC's routine assaults that saw candidates of the opposition jailed or killed, their houses and farms destroyed, and in the case of opposition parties from the south, whole city-wide or region-wide riots organized to distance them from power. NEPO went beyond a PAW response to Maokata. The party, as Tanko Yakasai authoritatively reveals, already had experience in the training of guerrillas for the Cameroonian Sawaba party. What's he saying here? Did they send people to Ghana to train? Yes. Were they trained to organize a coup in Nigeria? No. To be trained to protect their region? No. Now, this was late 50s, early 60s. You were already losing the plot. You know that the police is not going to protect you. You know that the army, of course, is off your hands. So, Action Group was not in power at the center. It was opposition. Now at home, it was divided. One part was working with both NPC and NCNC. By the way, in the beginning, Akintola's group was actually working with NCNC and NPC. It was later on that he broke away from NCNC and focused on NPC. Then Awolowo's group now began to work with NCNC to create UPGA. That was much later. So here's the problem. You don't have any power at the center, right? So if, for instance, the other party were to do something to hurt you or your party or maybe your elections or voting, whatever, you couldn't bank on the police being fair. I have to find a way to explain this without saying a lot, but I'm sure you're going to get it. You have to protect your votes. Let me explain it this way. Does anybody here remember Baba Dejibu? Does anybody here remember Baba Dejibu? Just want to say in the comment section. Does anybody here remembers Baba Dejibu? If you know, if you don't, just let me know. Then I'll know. I want to understand where I should take the conversation. You remember him, Abi? When Thai Currency said we're laughing wo wiri. Thank you, Lagos. When Thai Currency said we're laughing wo wiri, that's what he was talking about. They are saying that Baba Dejibu was one of those people who you will use to woo Antita way back in the 60s. Yes, Oloshamolete. The idea basically is that at that time, your opponent has his own thugs, and he also has the machinery of government, has the police, has thugs, has everybody. You are open. This is not a moral argument, by the way, just to make it very clear. You needed Adedibu. The North had thugs, the East are thugs, the North and the East are the police, they are the army, you are the Western region, you are opposition, you have no powers. Who will protect you? You have to raise people to go and learn how to protect your region, not to have a coup. So when you say he sent people to Ghana, of course he did. I mean, the party did, and I was the leader of the party. And it's not a big deal at the time. Why? Because even the North sent people to Eastern Europe. Let me read it again. It says his party began to train people to make sure that no undemocratic victories will befall the region. Because I want to bafa. English is meant for house. We are talking, we are intellectual. But when it gets to the streets, these guys have street guys. You can't be saying hallelujah, amen. You have to also protect your own space. So in actual fact, it was raising a team to defend the quote-unquote integrity of his own space. Just like others did. It's just that they were training people to actually infiltrate and invade other people's spaces. But let's read here. Again, I'm reading the famous book. It says here, the action group, that's Awolowo's party. His party began to train people to make sure that no undemocratic victories would befall the region. The party sent apparatchiks, people, communist guys, sent them to Ghana to train. So the accusation during the treasonable felony trial that they were sending guerrillas for training in Ghana was correct, insofar as it was not stretched to imply that it was pursuant to carrying out a coup against the government of the Federation. So if you say action group sent people to Ghana to train, you would be right. But if you say, oh, they went to train because they're going to have a coup, you are wrong. What is generally ignored by the narrators of this segment of Nigeria's history, in spite of the admission of its truth by critical participants, is that every Nigerian political party at that time was training thugs for armed struggle. Was training tough for armed struggle. Every political party in Nigeria at the time was training tough for armed struggle. Is it the only one who is saying this? I mean, he was working with Awo now, so why should we believe him? So he did something very nice. He mentioned a man called Tanko Yakasai, who you know. I'm sure you must have seen him in the news. It may be a secret to those who never bothered to look at what was happening outside the newspapers. In other words, if you're not a participant in politics, if you belong to no political party, this may be news to you. But if you were an insider, you knew what was happening, by the way. So it says here, it may be a secret to those who never bothered to look at what was happening outside the newspapers. This is backhandedly confirmed by Tanko Yakasai in his recent autobiography, where he retails an added dimension that NEPO pro-insurgents were in league with the Cameroonian political party in sending activists for training in Eastern Europe. Why would NEPO do that? NEPO is Aminu Kano's party. Why would they do that? Because of MPC. Oh, NEPO, Northern Elements. That's what we call them now, Northern Elements. In the north, NPC in the north. But NPC are thugs. In fact, let's just keep reading, so I won't have to even explain too much. I may explain again, but let's just read again. So he says here, this is backhandedly confirmed by Tanko Yakasai in his recent autobiography, where he retells an added dimension that NEPO pro-insurgents were in league with a Cameroonian political party in sending activists for training in Eastern Europe. This should of course be understood against the background of the struggle in the north between NPC's thugs, Jamia Maokata, or Sons of Madmen, who wore wooden or akushi hats, described in Alan Feinstein's African Revolutionary as having semi-official sanction to fight against Southern dominance. So in other words, NPC had a group called Jamia Maokata. They were the thugs that NPC used. If you read, let me find you a book. I just remember something now. I did not think of this when I was preparing, but this is good. This is going to be nice. There's something that Shehu Shagari said. Mombo, I'm coming. Just a second. There's something Shehu Shagari said in his book. I think it's going to help this conversation, but I really hope I can find it very fast. When did they bring these people in? Was it before the coup? I think it was before the coup. Just give me a second. You're going to love it. You will love it. That's how Ola of Lagos says it, Abi. You will love it. Wow. I think it was after the coup. He talked about certain people. Yes, Mr. Dungus, yes, sir. About Yantauri. I just remembered now. You know, sometimes, these things will just come while you're talking, and I have to now. And I don't, if you know me, there's certain things that it's not very good to just say, because it could be like, say, they make things up. Just give me a second, I'm going to find it. If I don't find it here, I'll probably, it's somewhere here. You know what, give me a second, let me find it. What I want to read to you, I want to read a politician who was in government describe a particular group of people that they had to use to protect themselves in Lagos, even though it was a northerner. So I'm going to read Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. I was here all the while. Yeah, I found it. Let me read to you guys. You're going to like it. So this happened in October 65, right? The same year we're discussing. He says, in October 1965, elections were held. At this time, I was already in prison, so we'll get back to where we were before. In October 1965, elections were held in the Western Region of Assembly. So into the Western Region House of Assembly, as agreed under the settlement of the constitutional crisis earlier that year. So he says the elections were won by the NNDP. Actually, it was rigged. Like, I've read many books on that election. They rigged that election. They announced the result of that election before they finished counting it. So there is no way on earth you are going to say they won. NNDP, by the way, was Akintola's party. Okay, he revived the name of Herbert Macaulay's party that he had in 1923. So Akintola used that name again. So, but we're reading Shehu Shagari. He's saying that they won, but the elections were won by the NNDP, but as might be expected, greeted with allegations of widespread rigging and other malpractices from the AG. It served the past master of the game. Don't forget, this man was opposition, so it's understandable. Although the misdeeds were exaggerated, the alleged pre-election bravado of such figures like Chief Remi Fani Kayode, the Deputy Premier Western Region, that the NNDP would win the elections, whether it was voted for or not, did not help matters. In other words, Goto saw no, he had said it that whether you vote or not, you're going to win. So I think that was also an issue. Let's continue. Excuse me. A was unleashed by AG thugs and sympathizers who attacked, maimed, and killed their opponents. Operation Wetie. I'll take that again. A reign of terror was unleashed by AG thugs and sympathizers who attacked, maimed, and killed their opponents. When you hear that, you're like, how can they have thugs now? You are the one that Ojiafema was talking about earlier when he said people that were reading newspapers. So you are the newspaper man. Let's talk about reality. Operation Wetie, by which opponents were doused with petrol and then set ablaze, became rife. So we're going to jump all the way to what now happened to his own people. The unrest spread to Lagos, where AG thugs continued with the mayhem and killings. So intense and widespread was the violence that the efforts of the police to maintain law and order were of Parliament from other parts of the Federation traveling to Lagos by train did so with armed escorts. Non-Obga MPs who risked traveling by road were robbed and attacked and their vehicles burnt. When it became utterly dangerous, this is where we're going. When it became utterly dangerous for MPC federal legislators to travel to Lagos for sittings of federal Parliament, the party headquarters, NPC, Northern People's Congress, the party's headquarters in Kaduna, decided to ensure their safety. Personal bodyguards drawn from a genre of people known in Hausa as Yantauri, which means tough characters, who by some sort of supernatural means are immune to injury from offensive weapons like knives, swords, machetes, and chisels, were recruited from all over the north and gathered in Kaduna. Each of the legislators was allocated 2 bodyguards. The party entrusted me with the task of feeding the Yantauri, numbering about 200, while they were in Lagos. 50 bags of rice and money were sent from Kaduna for the purpose. I hired a contractor, Alhaji Buhari Agege, to feed the bodyguards. They were staying with their escortees at Lego Flats, the legislative quarters, whose acronym derived from the erstwhile Legislative Council. Those are the Yantauri. They were armed. They protect, but they also fight. They sent them all the way from Kaduna to Lagos, 200 of them. When was this? 65. It did not begin 65, by the way. It's been there since before independence. And just like we read now let's go back to what we're reading. So I'm glad I read that. The point is just to highlight that, you might say, Ojiafemon is Awolowo. This man is talking about the fact that, listen guys, we did it. This is Sheo Shagari. They had to quote-unquote protect themselves in Lagos. And they brought in what they called 200, and there were 50 bags of rice. Now I hope these things, you are connecting them. We'll connect everything together, okay? So you have to read in different places to be able to make sense of all these things. So what are we trying to explain? We're trying to explain that everybody had to have that group of Eruku, right? They were the thugs that made it easy for you to speak English. And I know it doesn't sound very nice since we're all gentlemen, right? But it is what it is, isn't it? So let's go back to this book. This is Awolowo and the Forgotten Documents of Nigerian Civil War by Ojiafemon. It says here, what is generally ignored by the narrators of this segment of Nigeria's story, in spite of the admission of its truth by critical participants, is that every Nigerian political party at that time was training tough for armed struggle, confirmed by Tanko Yeki's biography, where he retails an added dimension that NEPU pro-insurgents were in league with the Cameroonian political party. So NEPU in the north, They were working with folks in Cameroon to send people to Eastern Europe to go and train. Why? Because of NPC thugs. They were in league with the Cameroonian political party in sending activists for training in Eastern Europe. This should of course be understood against the background of the struggle in the north. Maokata, sons of madmen, who wore wooden or akushi hats, described in Alan Feinstein's African Revolutionary as having semi-official sanction to fight against southern dominance. The Yantauri was 65. Those ones came as bodyguards. These Jamia Maokata, these ones, they were sent to essentially deal with anybody who was affected. They call it southern dominance. By the way, if you move mad in the north at the time, the first people that first slap your face and deal with you are these guys. Before the streets will now say, okay, what happened in 66 when Igbos were killed? You cannot divorce it from these guys. Because their plan, or you can't divorce it, I meant to say. You can't divorce it from the activities of these guys because their plan was to essentially ensure that there will be no southern dominance. They subsequently extended their terrorism to a group of NEPU adherents so that NEPU retaliated with a positive action wing. So when NEPU saw them doing what they were doing, NEPU now decided to create their own group. They called it Positive Action Wing, PAW, who wore calabash helmets and were determined to resist the NPC's routine assaults that saw candidates of the opposition jailed. So NPC guys used to jail, kill. Please read this book, Democracy and the Rule of Law by Awolowo. You will see what these guys did to action group candidates in the north. They were Hausas, they were minorities, they were Northerners, but they were not an NPC and they were dealt with by these NPC thugs. So much so that NEPU, who they were also in the north, they had to create their own group of thugs. Although they give them a very nice name, PAW, Positive Action Wing. Just the positive. The only positive thing there is that if you bring your own, you collect. Anyway, but these were calabash helmets, and they were determined to resist the NPC's routine assaults that saw candidates of the opposition jailed or killed, their houses and farms destroyed, and in the case of opposition parties from the south, whole citywide or region-wide riots organized to distance them from power. When did this happen? You see this happen in 1953. You see, when we talk about the fact that Igbos were killed in 1953, it's not also you can also divorce that from this group. Who did what they did in the north based on what happened in Lagos? I don't want to change the topic, but the point essentially is that they will do anything to ensure that nobody would be able to undermine the political interests of NPC in the north. And now that NPC was at the center, they would also ensure that they will extend their power. So what it means basically is that if you have sense as a political party, you would have to do what NEPU is also doing in the north. You have to do it, and everybody did it. And it's not a moral question, it's a question of survival. NEPU went beyond a PAW response to Maokata. The party, as Tanko Yankasai authoritatively reveals, already had experience in the training of guerrillas for the Cameroonian Sawaba party. In relation to the South, the NPC idea was actually quite fundamentalist. Hey, Oyinbo, let me take it slowly. This English is something, no? Small. In relation to the South, the NPC idea was actually quite fundamentalist because it was primed by the conception of a national army. Please pay attention. Army as a catchment of thugs for realizing partisan ends. What does this mean? He's saying that now that they are at the center and they want to also take care of the South, they now have a catchment. right? They have different groups in different parts of the country that can be activated to do different things, like cells. It's talking about NPC. So if you were Awo, politics is something else, man. In relation to the South, the NPC idea was actually quite fundamentalist because it was primed by the conception of a national army as a catchment of thugs for realizing partisan ends. The truth of this can now be checked against the testimonies of several NPC stalwarts. They had sent several of their young men into the Nigerian army to prepare for the day when the military would be needed to settle political scores. I'll read something to you. We'll come back to this book. I hope you understand the reason I moved from one book to another. Don't worry. I want to explain something. But we'll go use book to explain book. This is from Campaigns of Terror in Nigerian Election by Jeba. It was published in The Guardian of 23rd December 1964. This is what he said there. An unpopular government regarded by many people as stooges of the North must try to cajole or to threaten the population to vote for it. AG and NNDP adopted long before the elections the system of creating private armies of thugs under the name of party stalwarts. They are on the payroll of the party. They are mobilized and they are armed with knives and guns. Their job is to break up rival party meetings, to intimidate the population in general. Thugs beat up. This was what NNDP was doing at the time because NNDP and AG wanted splitting by him. Thugs beat up opposition leaders. This is not what I was looking for. It's also important too, but this is not what I was looking for. Okay, I found what I was looking for. I found it. I'll read that later. This is what I was looking for. This is from Between the Ethnic and National by Remi Adekoya. For instance, in 1961, it was decided 50% of all military officers would be Northerners, regardless of their qualifications, vis-a-vis their Southern compatriots. Southerners became increasingly frustrated with a federal system that... What's it saying here? It's saying that in 61, the North was saying 50% of all military officers must be Northerners. And Odia Ofemon is saying that around this time, instead of Jesus, God, it's only God that can make Nigeria work. Only God. Instead of just having this catchment of thugs around the place, why not get some of them as your so-called repentant? Finish the statement. If you read Nigeria, you cry for this country. And the things I'm not saying, I hope you understand. I'm sure you understand what I'm not saying. If you don't understand, may God give you understanding. Let's go back to the other book. So, as at 61, they're having 50% of the officers have to be Northerners. Or has to be 50% has to be Northerners. You tie it with this one, where not only do you have these thugs who are Eruku, now you are embedding them in the army. Let us read. They had sent several of their young men into the Nigerian army to prepare for the day when the military will be needed to settle political scores. Evidently, the parties in coalition at the federal level excuse me, evidently, the parties in coalition at the federal level were neither true to one another nor to themselves. They saw the destruction of the action group differently. They who were busy organizing insurgents against other parties and using even the state apparatus to realize partisan goals needed to hide their activities by accusing the opposition of treason. Every accusation is a confession. What they're accusing the others of doing is actually what they were doing. Yomi says that was when the lower cooperation to the army to bring in more funds. Yes, now they had the political power at the time. Why are you packing people into the army? Definitely not patriotism. We are reading the book by Odia Ofemon. If you have any problem with what I'm saying, as I'm reading them, I'm telling you their names. As I'm reading, I read I read Guardian. Just going to be meeting them. If you have any problem with what I'm reading, just saying that Nigerian history is something else. But let's continue. I hope everybody is good on YouTube. Okay, let's go on. It says here, evidently, the parties in coalition at the federal level were neither true to one another nor to themselves. They saw the destruction of the action group differently. They who were busy organizing insurgents against other parties and using even the state apparatus to realize partisan goals needed to hide their activities. They needed to hide their activities by accusing the opposition of treason. According to Dudley, the NCNC wished that the action group be destroyed so that they, the only member of the coalition that had a foothold in the West, would inherit the West and then confront the North with a Southern solidarity. Ha! In the West. By the time they destroy everywhere, they will now pick up the pieces and become the leaders. Because they were also having issues with the North at this point. The North and the East were already having their own issues as at early 62. It dragged and became, by the time they had the census issue in 62, another one in 63, and then the Constitutional Conference in 64. So they've been having their own wahala since 61, 62 actually. So they also wanted to get into the West, and by the way, at the time they already had members in the parliament in Ibadan. So if they could corner, and they were also working with Akintola at the point too. Someone says Yorubas have really suffered in Nigeria. Let me tell you our problem, and I hope we learn. Everybody has issues in Nigeria. Yoruba problem is that a man Shirawa. See, there's no ethnicity in this country that can say Yoruba people did something at the center to demonize or to destroy anybody's chances, like the Igbos or the Northerners. You can't say that. Tell me where it did not happen. Our own problem is that we'll be fighting amongst ourselves to the point where we'll not be inviting outsiders to come and help us, foolishly thinking that the outsider doesn't have his own plans. So the guy comes, he breaks your home, you fight. By the time you burn down your houses, he will now take from the rubble and build something with one of you, but in his own image. So nobody can accuse us of doing anything, but we create cracks in our own walls because we want to prove that you have a better idea. No sense of collective good. Kinima Ogbe Okonloje for me personally. Ha. I'm a can Okono series yo. You, I'm doing it intentionally. Oh boy. ọ̀rọ̀ ẹni tí wọ́n fẹ́ sùn jẹ tó ń fi pòórá ara lọ́rọ̀ wa. you, Doctor. And yes, you're right, Dr. Badru. And to be sunje, don't fe porara. Sherry, version Yoruba. Tẹ́ bá wò dáadáa. Àwọn tó lọ́n fi ṣe aṣíwájú ńlẹ̀ Nàìjíríà yìí wọn Yorùbá. Tẹ́ bá wò dáadáa. Àwọn tó máa ń lànà pé ibi báyìí ni ká lọ, nǹkan báyìí ni ká ṣe. Tó máa mú ìlọsíwájú bá gbogbo ẹ̀dá, kì í kàn ṣe pé ó máa mú ìlọsíwájú bá Yorùbá nìkan o. Ìlọsíwájú bá gbogbo ẹ̀yà lórí ní ìlú Nàìjíríà. Ẹ̀yà tó ń ṣe ohun Yorùbá. Nǹkan tí Yorùbá ò mọ̀ ni wípé tá bá ti ń jà láàrin ara wa. Táwọn tó, I'm sorry to say, tán fi rán jà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwọn tí wọ́n fi rán tán á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí pàdé àkókò mọ́ abala kìíní àbábala kejì táwọn bára wọn jà. Tán bá dá gbogbo ẹ̀rù tán, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ní ìkọ̀kọ́ ló máa bá gbogbo Nàìjíríà ló máa suffer. Let me tell you something. If you destroy something in Yoruba land, like it has happened several times. If you break amongst yourselves, I don't like saying those things in English. Taba ja, tada wa lálẹ́ tán, taba pín. Tí ẹ̀yà kan ṣe pé ẹ̀yà kan sọ pé àwọn eléyìí ni máa gbárùkù tì, àwọn kan eléyìí máa gbárùkù tì, wọ́n á bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jà. Tí erin méjì yẹn bá ti jà, koríko tó máa jẹ̀yẹ kì í ṣe koríko ilẹ̀ Yorùbá o. Koríko Nàìjíríà ló máa jẹ̀yẹ. And I will tell you this. Ìjà gbọ́n mi sí omi ò tó mo jù ẹ lọ èmi jù ẹ àmì kan gbogbo wọn lọ bá káàkiri gbà yẹn. Òun kọ́ ló jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn lọ ṣe kú o. Òun kọ́ ló jẹ́ káwọn àwọn tó ṣe rí àwọn Igbo ó ní nǹkan táwọn fẹ́ ṣe tira wọn. In fact, let me switch to English. The Igbos had a plan since 1944 to dominate Nigeria. They had their own plan. We, when planning to dominate anybody, we're trying to make things better for our people. But because of the uniqueness of our leaders, people will see what we're doing and they will begin to copy it. So what that means basically is this: you were called to be a pace setter, an example and a model for others. You're not trying to compete, you're just doing stuff. As you're doing, like, how come you're doing this kind of thing? You're building the first stadium on the continent at that level, right? You're having the first civil station on the continent in 1959, before France, before Ireland. Everybody's wondering, what are these guys doing? You're building the tallest building in West Africa. They want to copy, which is beautiful. As you are doing it, they are also copying, so they are also developing. And the nation or the country is growing, is developing, because you are doing it, you're taking initiative, they are seeing what you're doing and they are copying it, therefore the entire country is growing. You, who were supposed to now be the pace setter, you're not fighting amongst yourselves. The ones who are supposed to be copying you now are supporting either one or the other. When they destroy your region, they're not destroying your region. This is the problem with people that actually fight the Southwest or Yoruba people in Nigeria. If it will not happen again, by the way, but if you, whenever it had happened, successfully destroy whatever was happening in Yoruba land, what you are doing is causing the entire country to retrogress. You are going to retrogress because you have nobody to look up to, and you cannot be the pace setter. You were not made to be so. If you have a feudalist society, you cannot be the pace setter. If you have a society where there's no order or hierarchy, clear hierarchy, you cannot be the pace setter. So neither the North nor the East was designed to be pace setter. I am not making anything up. I'm not even saying it because I'm Yoruba. It's just what it is. So whenever Yoruba people fight amongst themselves, what they are doing is not just to destroy Yoruba people, it's to destroy the entire country. And it's not, when I say destroy, not like they're going to burn anything down, but you will not make progress. You cannot. I'm still thinking about it. Give me 5 things that came out of certain parts of Nigeria that all of us are copying because it came out from those places since independence. 5 things from the East. So it doesn't look like theory. Tell me 5 things that the East produced that we all began to do after the East did it. Tell me 5 things from the North. It's grace. And it's not grace to be proud of and say, oh, I'm the one that God has called. That's not the point. The point is just that you are, because of your history, because of the circumstances surrounding the formation of your identity, because of your journey, because of everything, you have been positioned in such a way. You had access to education before another group. This is the fact. You had access, you have many of the problems that Nigeria is trying to surmount, you have surmounted. If your people were just, if our head was just straight, Malaysia will just be looking up. Will be looking up now. Which is why I'm very careful with all this nonsense that people do. What you are doing will not just affect your family. It can, all this before gay, all this me go to bafun. I cannot tell. I cannot agree. That I cannot agree. I cannot agree. Forget and let us build and stop being a nuisance. And that's what people are doing. Instead of just following the order and building according to the structure, you want to usurp somebody's authority and decide that you also have an idea. And the idea you have is not going to build anything. Just be fighting over the supremacy. Rubbish nonsense that we're doing all over the place. I'm angry. I'm angry because we don't understand how little things like this can affect an entire generation. Look at us. And look at Nigeria. As bad as it's bad, oh, she better for our. But she bad though, Oh, she better for at least now. You say, come and do that now. You say, remove Lagos. Oyo State has almost ×3 of the entire southeastern VAT. So, oh, she that. But we cannot be comparing ourselves with those who are less. You just wonder what could have happened, what would we have been as Yoruba people and as Nigeria. I'm just saying this, right? We've got to be smart as Yoruba. All this bickering, if somebody is doing something you don't agree with, just leave the person alone. Go and do your own. But the idea of let's say this crab mentality, pull him down, I also have to prove a point, is nonsense. And we do it. But anybody that does it will not succeed. You will spend your lifetime building stuff that will not grow, because you cannot destroy the collective good of Yoruba people and Nigeria because of your own ego. It will not work. Thank you, Tigil. Because this I'm trying to say a lot of things without saying some things. So if you see me repeating some things, because I don't want to say certain things. Some people just, they have no, by the way, ask them for ideas. They don't have anything. Listen to them speak. No special ideas, nothing that can actually build the society. Just retarded. The idea basically is that they want to feel that they are clinical, and in feeling, that's their goal in life. The idea that lè ṣe tó lè ràn gbogbo àwọn ará ìlú yìí lọ́wọ́ à ń rò or àwọn kò kí ń rò èmi jù ẹ́ ìwọ jù mí on top of ìrègbè kò dé ìpínpẹ́ wọn ti kọ́ kankan nísìnyí báyìí pé gbogbo ayé ló ń bọ̀ àsọdọ̀ wa torí nǹkan tá a ti kọ́ àkọ́ kankan akànjájà pònú ni. And I'm saying this because tá a máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé àwọn kan ń ṣe kan ẹ̀ kan bára wa náà sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀. We don't have the history of going to the north to try and destroy something, or going to the east and saying we want to dominate. Number one, what's there to dominate? The point is, what we are doing wrong, we should also tell ourselves the truth. And it should stop. Somebody's writing in the comment section. I say, oh, you're writing in the comment section. You're right. You're very correct. You mentioned the president. You are very correct. I just want to mention it. Which was what Pastor Tebakari was referring to early this year. I'm sorry, last year, 2025, when they invited him to join AGC. That was what he said. Let me tell you what he said. He said, this is what he said. He said, we are not going to have another Awolowo and Akintola in the southwest. That's what Awolowo and Akintola is not just about Yoruba land. It will affect all of us. We will now become the kings amongst Lungu. You know, the kings of the Lungu. You look around the Lungu, all of them are not skinny, but you have a skyscraper. Yasipo. Olowo kan láàrin òtòṣì mẹ́fà òtòṣì ni. That's what my father used to say when I was young, and it's true. Someone says regional autonomy without the tension. There was regional autonomy when this thing happened. There was regional autonomy when this happened. Regional autonomy is not a magic wand. It's not a magic wand. Like once you just wave this wand like this, everything's. There was regional autonomy when this happened. It's human nature. We need that autonomy, by the way. I agree with you. But what I'm talking about is not even about the autonomy. It's about that thing that can just say, Eja agba farawa, ekele sholori, eka gbarukuti, kili mo le ṣe tó yẹ kí nǹkan tó ń ṣe kó dáa. Tó bá ní nǹkan tí wàá fi kún nǹkan tó ń ṣe, má fò lè ṣe kankan, ṣára fi wọ́n lẹ̀. Kíkó wàá máa gbìyànjú àti máa dì wọ́n lẹ́sẹ̀, just to prove a point that makes no sense. By the way, I've not mentioned anybody, but you know exactly what I'm saying, and I hope we get the message. We have to do better as Yoruba people. Thank you very much for understanding. Now let's go back to the reading. Time to law. I have about 3 books I was supposed to do in this part, because there are other books for next part. But wherever we stop, we'll continue from there. What have we learned so far? We've learned that while it is true that Action Group sent people to Ghana, they did not send people to Ghana to go and plan to overthrow any government. What they were doing in Ghana was what NEPO was doing in Eastern Europe with the Cameroonian party. And the idea basically was that every region had like a group of people that had to protect their votes or political parties. And if NEPO had to do it, you have to understand that NEPO having, what do they call that thing, PAW, NEPO having positive action wing, because of the activities of NPC, their own thugs, tells you exactly how politics worked back then. You had to protect your space. And if you ask me, there's absolutely nothing wrong with what I did. To now cap it up, there was this interesting plan that they cooked in 1961 when they said 50% of officers in the army must be from the north. By the way, the argument they used in 1961 was the exact same argument they used in 1950 when they were trying to say that they were going to have half of the parliament in Nigeria. The north said they were going to have half of the parliament. And what was the argument? Well, it was just north and south. Therefore, they have the population and they were north. The south should have one. They should have one. And somebody did not think that the south was no longer the south as 1947. 46, 47. That the south had become, as a matter of fact, was 39. It was 39 that the south was divided into eastern provinces and western provinces. So how would you in 1950 say let's divide to have 50% of the parliament? Now there isn't the same argument in 1961 for the army. What does that mean? They can deploy the army to protect the party's interest. Where does that leave you as opposition party, Jare? What does that leave you as opposition party? You have to do what NEPO did in the north. You send your guys to Ghana. The reason I'm doing all these things is because I don't just go to how we didn't do it, how we did it. There are nuances that I think we miss in the conversations about Nigerian history. We're going to rush, but continue from it next time. In relation to the South, I'm going back. The NPC idea was actually quite fundamentalist because it was primed by the conception of a national army as a catchment, even a national army as a catchment for thugs for realizing partisan ends. So it wasn't just about having cells. As a matter of fact, I was even wrong the way I explained it the other time. It was about using the army. The truth of this can now be checked against the testimonies of several NPC stalwarts. They had sent several of their young men into the Nigerian army to prepare for the day when the military will be needed to settle political scores. Evidently, the parties in coalition at the federal level were neither true to one another nor to themselves. They saw the destruction of the action group differently. They who were busy organizing insurgents against other parties and using even the state apparatus to realize partisan goals needed to hide their activities by accusing the opposition of treason. According to Dudley, the NCNC, the Saints, the Party of the Saints, the NCNC wished that the action group be destroyed so that the only member of the coalition, when it's a coalition, MPC, NCNC was at the center. So they'll be the ones to now own the South. So that they, the only member of the coalition that had a foothold in the West, would inherit the West and then confront the North with a Southern solidarity. After Awolowo was jailed in 1962, NCNC strategists actually tried to swallow up. Okay, it was in 62, but not for the treasonable felony. It was house arrest. I'll get to that later. After Awolowo was jailed in 62, NCNC strategists actually tried to swallow up the West by forming a coalition with the Akintola faction of the AG, which had become the Nigerian National Democratic Party. They did not reckon with the ingenuity of that doughty fighter, the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò himself. He saw the score quickly. He preferred an alliance with the senior partner in the coalition, the NPC. It was only after failing with the NNDP that the NCNC came back to the AG. This time in search for a foothold rather than a routing. We're going to have another session. This is fire. You remember? Jesus Christ. You remember the Igbo National Caucus of 1964? When they said play up Awolowo at all times. This propaganda would do no harm. Destroy Akintola of Anikayode. It says this propaganda will ensure that the Yoruba people don't, have a solid front. They said that after Akintola's. That's why I said, originally, when Akintola broke the party into two, he was going to work with NCNC, and he did work with NCNC for a bit. When he noticed what they were doing, that was when he turned. And when he turned, what did he do? He started talking to Yoruba people inside NCNC to get out of NCNC. That is why you see the document in the Redomi Telegram group, Redomi Global on Telegram. That document called White Paper on Western Political Alignment. That paper came out when Akintola pulled the NCNC members who were Yoruba, telling them that Akintola caught what the Igbos were trying to do, but for some weird reasons, he didn't see what the North was trying to do. Or maybe he saw it, he just thought it was a better. To be honest, if you really studied very well, it'd be like saying it's a better option. Back then. So what do you see happening here? The NCNC worked with NNDP and the going was good, and then I cannot discover what they were trying to do. Have you listened to his speech? I played it here before. Maybe next week, because it's almost 9. I'll play that speech. That's where that speech came from. When they were planning for that election, 64, 65, that's where that thing came out of. Because he saw what they were trying to do, and he was right. On that particular point, he was correct. And so he then decided to go work with NPC. So guess what NCNC did? They played up Awolowo using propaganda The action group, the other half that was loyal to Awo, even though Awo was in prison, that other half then began to work with NCNC to form OPGA. But the job at this point, according to this, was at least let us have a foothold, because they couldn't take everywhere again because Akintala knew what they were doing. Which is Nigeria, Ogungo. But let's continue. After Awolowo was jailed in 1962, NCNC strategists actually tried to swallow up the West by forming a coalition with the Akintola faction of the Action Group, which had become the Nigerian National Democratic Party. They did not reckon with the ingenuity of that dirty fighter, the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò himself. He saw the score quickly. He preferred an alliance with the senior partner in the coalition, the NPC. It was only after failing with the NNDP that the NCNC came back to the AG, this time in search of a foothold rather than a routing. The Action Group in prison advised his followers to coast along until it became obvious that the NCNC was more interested in power at the center and would not like to lose the perks from the coalition in the Federal House. In other words, by the time the Western Regional Election of 1965 was rigged, the Action Group had formalized an organizational prong that enabled the members at large to fulfill the old promise by their leader. Rather than for the West to be taken over by undemocratic means, the region would be made ungovernable. This was proficiently achieved with the Wete riot, dousing opponents with petrol to aid March flare that gave the sobriquet of the Wild Wild West to the region. By the time you had a 1965 issue, don't rig election, Papa was in prison, but his people were still at home. The ones who were trained, they were like, wait, you're not going to do this in this place. Operation Wet. I say it's bad. Let me tell you something. In 1960, go to the north. Read this book. You see how they beat people to death. In northern Nigeria, they beat people to death. Even eastern Nigeria, they never own Awolowo. Do I like Wete? Of course I don't. But you can't go to a place and just, rig election and just do anything. Say whether you vote or you don't vote, to have won. Okay, Edibo, Ati Wole. Bete Edibo, Ati Wole. Wete local. It's bad. Just trying to explain to you how we got there. Of course, at the point of the region-wide riot, it was clear that the two coalition partners working together for the destruction of the AG would have to re-strategize. Although sharing power at the federal level, they nevertheless worked against each other everywhere else. The NPC had planned to use its men in the National Army for a coup that would clear the nation of the insurgents in the West and in the Middle Belt, especially in Tivland, where there was an active guerrilla war against the government. Meanwhile, by 1964, the UMBC had joined with NEPO to carry out a northern liberation of sorts before facing the federal behemoth. They all, however, joined the United Progressive Grand Alliance, OPGA, whose game with the NCNC as the core party was to go for broke. There seemed to be a consensus across the country and in every political party that the crisis could only be resolved through violence. All the political parties were primed for it. In a country so wired for armed struggle, there was bound to be very little room for the truth to have dominion. What had to be done through the law courts, as the Action Group would discover, was very much a charade. Awolowo was convicted on the ground that he was so overweeningly ambitious that although he was not specifically found guilty, his fingerprints could be read on all the events that were to culminate in a coup. The judges, to prove the vaulting nature of the ambitions, took judicial notice of the dreams that Awolowo had recorded in his notebook, which he called flashes of inspiration. It must be one of the unique court cases in history in which a man was jailed for what he had for what he said he saw in a dream rather than what he actually did. Oh boy. If you read Obafemi Awolowo, The Political Moses by Ojukwu, you find excerpts of his diary. You don't think that Awolowo's diary during that, we'll read all those things. This is going to be long. Let me just say, this series is going to be long. They were reading Papa's diary. He thinks he wrote personal things. It had nothing to do with killing anybody or having any arms. It's just like affirmations. I'll be this, I'll be that. You know how you do it now. You know, when I first read that thing, I was like, shoot. All these things that people think is new, they've been doing it back in the day. I'll be this by this. I'll read that when we get to that point. They used that against him and said, because you have all these ambitions, it means you must be planning this coup, even though there was nothing connecting him with the coup. What did Showemo say? We'll talk about it. Justice Showemo was the judge, was the one who judged that case. What did he say? Apart from the fact that his hands were tied, according to him, who tied those hands? The man took days to even read his own judgment. Can I finish this thing? Let's finish this paragraph. It's just quite long. We'll finish it and we'll go. The judges, to prove the vaulting nature of the ambitions, took judicial notice of the dreams that Awolowo had recorded in a notebook which he called Flashes of Inspiration. It must be one of the unique court cases in history in which a man was jailed for what he said he saw in a dream. So I had a dream I will be something. So I write it down and I give affirmation over that thing. And you are sending Awolowo to prison for that. Not that you say he did this to have a coup. Just like the way they write this thing or thing, be like say you feel same person where they go do coup. So you they do coup. Someone says using Yoruba against Yoruba. Yes, now we have to think. Yoruba will not say. What is she say? Me ganti mo sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Kan sọ gbọ̀n kan ta nítorí kò necessary. Yoruba will not lè ṣe ní Nàìjíríà ìtàn ní nílò Yoruba kan láti ṣe. Ẹ̀rọ Yorùbá mélòó ni wọ́n ti jìn lẹ́sẹ̀ tí wọ́n wá Yorùbá mi láti jìn lẹ́sẹ̀. It's human. It's what you have, and it's not a peculiar Yoruba thing. You have it in cultures, and there's a reason for it. But we're not talking about that today. There's a reason for it. It's an ancient reason, and it's terrible. Hopefully, our generation, you cannot erase it, but at least those will be existing. One realize that's our prayer. It must be one of the unique court cases in history in which a man was jailed for what he said he saw in a dream rather than what he actually did. Nigeria had simply become a country seeded by and overcome by paranoia, an atmosphere of psychological block, making it difficult to look at opponents with any objectivity. The tendency was to accept every charge as true. The more heinous, the better, if directed at someone about whom something good is not supposed to be said. So the charge of treasonable felony was swallowed hook and line without the minimum application of gumption. As it turned out, and as Obasanjo has told the story, Chukwumanzogu was the intelligence officer who was attached to the efforts to unravel the veracity of the charges in the Coker Commission and treasonable felony trial. He was obviously privy to the discovery made by the Coker Commission that Awolowo kept a good account, that he had more money before he became a premier of Western Region than he had in his account after 8 years of living in his own house, not in the state house, and spending his own money on entertainment. Even when Kwame Nkrumah visited Nigeria on a state visit, the Ghanaian president stayed in Awolowo's house at Okeado in Ibadan. not in any state house. Thus, there is every reason to assume that Nzogu had enough information about the man's distance from the common run of politicians in the country for Awolowo to be raised above the flow of general discussions and breakbacks. Please power tap on TikTok. Oh boy. As a wrap up for today, Ms. Bosun just said something very powerful in the comment section, and I said it earlier without saying it, and I think we're thinking the same direction on the matter. Had it been, I'm reading what she wrote, had it been each party mended their region well, as Papa, Nigeria would have been great. Yes, but had it been that we just stayed in our region, it should have been even greater. Papa did great things in the Western region. They were copying him until they saw him as a threat. I use the word envy here. I don't want to use the word envious, that's why I said copy. But there was that envy thing, but I don't even see it as negative in the sense that it probably gave rise to healthy competition. But once he began to say, we're going to enter into that other place, what did Awolowo did in the north? How did they fight him? What did the eastern people do? And everybody, I don't believe in all this alliance nonsense, so I'm aligning with the north against the east. Anyone that can help you advance your interest, you work with the person. But generally speaking, at the time, the east was the least of anything. And let me end this by saying something. There are people who are saying right now that the reason people are supporting Tinubu is because he's Yoruba. If they say that to me, I don't care. To be honest, that's not why I'm supporting him. But if you say if you say that's the reason, that's your problem. If you're a Yoruba person, this is not the time to begin to say, I want to prove a point. There's no point to prove. We don't need your point. Just forget. I think Tebi says that's untrue. People are saying it now. Is it because you're better than supporting? They're not saying it because it's true. That's the point. They are saying it to actually put you on the defensive. So when you say things like, yes, so you now be explaining, it's not because you're Yoruba, it's because it's now begin to ask you stupid questions. He always says it was a threat to them, his political intellect and sagacity was unparalleled. That's true. I mean, I was reading a book last week, Let the Truth Be Told. Who wrote that book? Was one of the people that worked with Sardauna, right? DJ Moffat was talking about how he considered himself lower because he wasn't as educated. You can't say he propounded any theory or anything. By the way, he did well for his educational level. He did really well, Sardauna. He only went to secondary school and he did well. But he wasn't the kind of person who could... He can't hold the own against our now. And Zeke didn't even have the mental capacity to come up with those things. How possible? Zeke doesn't have any ideology. The Zeke's ideology that people talk about, he was not the one that propounded it. They only put his name on it. Read the book by Orizu on Zeke's name. Maybe one of these has read it. Even the Zeke's ideology was not Zeke's own. I was head and shoulders above them, and they hated it. But to be honest, I think we also contributed to it in two ways. We'll talk about the other one later. The first one is actually the incursion into the north. The second one is bickering amongst ourselves. But let me end by saying, if wherever you are, Yoruba or Hausa, Igbo, support people. Forget about your ideas or idea. Just support because it's doing it well. If you don't want to find your place there, that's okay. Just let him do it. This is not the time to begin to say, I want to try something. We're not trying anything. May God bless everybody. T-Bank says, have you thought about going into politics? Yes. Yes, I have. Am I going to go? We will see. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless Yoruba land. May God bless all of us. But Eka Gbafoga. I checking on the Kilo too. Why am I so no? Why you buy so no? Anyway, the point is that I think about it Gbafara, too. Let me read some comments as we call it, and then we'll call it today. T-Bank says, we need people like you, sir. God will help me. God will help me. We can change this country. You don't need to, you know the funny thing you discover from all these studies? You don't need to change Nigeria by changing Nigeria. Look, get on me. Yomi says, sir, Awo's intrusion into the north was to liberate the minority. That was why Tarka embraced Awo. I know. Never. Benefit of hindsight. You may not agree, Sha, but it's okay. What you said is correct, though. What you said is correct. I went there because once I get to Ilorin and Kaba, Jeba, that I can be fighting for the Talakawas there. That's all. At least I have a historical connection. I cannot go to Middle Belt. Awolowo wasn't just going to Middle Belt. He was going to Bauchi. They were in Kano. They were in Kaduna. They were in Sokoto. They were in Sokoto. They were raining down leaflets. The leaflets now entered into the Sultan's house. Sorry, Sultan's palace. That one became Wala. It's cultural sensibilities. Yomi says we did it for the Midwest and it's possible for the North to break the monolithic North. You don't understand. No Yoruba person should talk like you are talking right now again. I'm sorry. I'm telling you. Just let it be. What is... Are you the savior of the country? Okay, better leave them alone. No? You will fight for them in the National Assembly. That's where you fight for them. You don't go to another person's house and telling them that I want to set your other people free. What's your business? I have come to set the captives free. I'm not Abraham Lincoln. No. I will fight for this, for their right in National Assembly, by the way. I will fight for their right. I will do everything. But you know what? I would rather support NEPU and UMBC than to carry AG into Bauchi, into Tivland. Let me tell you something. And I'm saying this because of what you wrote in the comment section. You are right, though. You are right, though. You are right. But see, this is how life works. Constitutionally, you are right. Culturally, you are looking for Wala. You are not wrong. What you are saying in the comment, you are not wrong. Constitutionally, you are doing the right thing. But do you want to be right or do you want to win? Let sleeping dogs lie. If they say they are having feudalism in the north, who are you to go and change it? If you want to change it or want to change any structure in the north, you would do it at the National Assembly. I will push the bills and I will find a way to support people in the Middle Belt to also win. No, it's not like I will just say I don't need you or I don't want to help. I will help you, but I'm not carrying my part into that place. But on that Ilorin matter or Jeba or Kaba, Yagba, that one, even if you say that I'm Montojubo, we are, that's my kith and kin, so I can do that. And I would do that, by the way. Work with the Ilorin Talakawas, but you know, one of the things that we have to do as young Yoruba people is we have to look at our fathers and see what they probably did wrong. Amen. Thank you, Mama Africa. Thank you. God bless you. We have to be careful. If you notice, even the ones I did very bad, I don't say, you're broken, but we have to learn. One of the things I noticed is this, and I'll say this and we'll close. I'll say that like 2 times. See, Awo is hero, but I don't think hero actually captures what Awo means to me. It's almost a deity. It's almost a deity. But you see, the thing about deities is that we don't believe that they make mistakes. And if you think of them that way, you are shortchanging yourself. We are Yoruba people. All you have to do is study, and I say this from a Yoruba cultural standpoint. All religious people, just sit down in one place, please. God bless you. Christian, Muslim, traditional worshippers, just put it in one. I'm not talking about religion. If you look at the process of deifying the Orishas, Yoruba people do not kill the idea of their frailties. Yoruba people will acknowledge the frailties of the person who is being deified and will now create taboos for his followers based on his frailties. They don't sweep the frailties under the carpet, they acknowledge the frailties. And I'm not going to go into the details, but you will find this in everyone. When you hear taboo, you are maybe worshiping a particular kingdom, and you hear you are a follower of this particular deity. These are your taboos. Go and look at those taboos very closely. In many cases, they are associated with the weaknesses of the person you are following, of the deity you are following. Why am I saying this? When you look at Awo, don't be like, he's always right. Awo is an Orisha. No Orishas. And when I say Orisha, I'm not talking about Eton Bo. I don't do any Bibo. That's not, again, it's not a religious conversation. This is cultural. This is serious stuff. You would notice, not from a place of judging, because you can't judge your heroes, or else you just die. What I mean by die, I don't mean that you are going to die physically. What makes you is dead. You have no essence. Once you start judging, what do you think I speak of for the way I do? Is because without him, there's no us. As far as Yoruba political ideology is concerned, that's the source of it. You guard it. But if you also want to go further than him, you now observe Ibn Baba. Ṣé Baba ṣe any mistake in kankan? Biti mo lọ rẹ o. Mo fẹ́ sọ Yorùbá. Ṣó ní nǹkan tán ṣe tí ó wá jẹ́ pé tán bá lè tún ṣe ń sìn yìí wọn ní ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. You now note those things. Not to discredit the person, but to make adjustments. So anybody who has studied Awo and studied everything that happened, and who is pained like me that he did not become president, if you are pained enough and you study it, you will not think of taking your party in 1959 to the north. You will not. If you think I'm wrong, it's okay. Just think about what I'm saying. You will not. That changed a lot of things. And like I always say, it's not even about the north or the east. It's about the fact that it affected us. And once something affects the west, it will affect everybody. If it's affecting everybody and doesn't get to us, it may affect everybody and not get to Yoruba people. It's quite strange. Just take your time and study Nigeria's problems. If it affects other people, we may not feel it. For the most part, we don't usually feel it. Once it affects us, everybody feels it. Just think about it. And how do we make sure that what is affecting us is actually positive so that other people can also feel it? Thank you very much for listening. We're going to continue this series. It's going to be very, 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 very insightful. You're going to like it. There are many more books on this matter, not for book's sake, but because there's a lot of information that we need to know so we can do better in our generation. And may God bless our fathers. May God bless Chief Obafemi Awolowo, may God bless him and his seed, his children, his grandchildren, his great-grandchildren. May God bless that family forever. May God bless Samuel Aduke Akitola. May God bless Oshutokun, Adegbe Enro, all these people, Doherty, Obadireme, all of them. All right. May God bless all of them. We have the opportunity to learn from them and to build off of what they've done. And I hope we'll do better in our generation. Thank you very much for listening. We'll continue this series on Monday. Like I said, we'll be having live sessions twice Fridays, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Why are we doing this? So that we can have more time to study and to put out videos. Okay. I noticed that some of the videos you can't put it up because you want to do another one that just come out and it's back to back. And then also there is a lot of there's so many books. I think, boy, you've got to read more. And we're reading so that we can also share some of these things. So please try and understand. I'm going to continue the series on Monday, but we'll be here tomorrow. We're going to be listening to a replay that you're going to like. You're going to really like it. Has to do with Nigeria, obviously, and I think you'll like it. So please join us at 4 p.m. if time West African time tomorrow. We'll listen to that, and then on Monday we're going to continue this series. Please come early. Thank you very much for listening. I noticed there's some people down there. I'll spend more minutes because we had some issues at the beginning. So please, I'll bring the 5 people who are trying to come up. I'll bring you up. But please, as soon as you come, please mute and make it very quick, like as quick as possible. I will really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Please also power tapping on TikTok. Thank you very much on TikTok for getting us to 138.6k likes. And for folks on YouTube and Facebook, thanks for being here. If you're on Twitter, we're glad you're here. Oh, my moderator is here today, so I don't have to bring everybody up to share. Please, once we get up, please mute. Please mute. Thank you. Miss Mosun says, Papa did that because he loved Nigeria. He wanted civilization for everyone. Yes, he did that, but we should not do it. Civilization for everyone. You go and build 150 schools in the north. Your name is Goodluck Jonathan. Billions of whatever currency. Just spend money, build schools. None of those schools is functioning today. It's a cultural thing. What's happening in the north? It's a cultural thing. You can't legislate your way out of the problems of the north. See, Yoruba people, we have something to stand on, so you can bring legislation and people will just fall into. But in the north, there's something deep. It's deep. It's deep. It's not just feudal system. It is connected to religion, which is the basis of your life essentially in the north, and is also the basis of your identity. You cannot go there and change it because you like them and use elections and use constitution. No. So you have to talk to them. You have to discuss with them. You have to be on the same page. They will not agree. You now pass the law. But if you pass the law without following them, you will have Almajiri schools that. Jonathan was doing the right thing. No, you can do you can be sincerely wrong. You're not a bad person. You're not doing anything wrong. It's just that it doesn't work in that context. Now they're having a meeting. Guys, sorry, I'm going to let people speak. Now they're having a conference, Northern leaders, on education, kiniko, emergency in education. Me, I was like, how now? But I understand. Whenever you wake up is your morning. Now they want to do something about it. They will then do it. But they are doing Almajiri school. If you like, build $1 billion. Nobody that Jonathan built. Nobody's in those schools. Nobody. It's cultural. Anyway, thank you very much for being part of today's session. Let's listen to folks that we've brought up. Please make it quick. God bless you. God bless you. Let me pray for you before you start. Okay. Let's start with Bumblebee and then we'll go to maltuition and the rest of our people. Please don't send requests anymore because already passed now. We're just going to take the people that we have at the moment. And the other two people can come up as well. Thank you very much, moderator Empress. All right. Bumblebee, good evening.
Good evening, Prof. Thank you so much for this. Yeah, I was really looking forward to the series on Awo. And I'm really happy with how you detailed everything. I'm so happy. I just wanted to say this. The awareness that we Yoruba people need to have, just as you've been hammering, there is no civilization on the shores of Africa that we can compare ourselves to. Even America, we can't compare ourselves to America. They don't have the structure we have. The only countries and the only similarities you can draw to Yoruba culture, history, traditions, and way of life is maybe the Asian people, some Asian cultures, like the way the Japanese society is structured, the way the structure you have in Singapore, the way you have it in China and all, and Japan and South Korea, and the kind of level of technological advancement we can attain those are the countries we should be parlaying with. Those are the countries we should be collaborating with. And I even saw on the news recently that the first electric vehicle assembly building plant is going to be built in somewhere in Southwest here, and they've reached the agreement with South Korea. These are people we should be looking. These are people we don't have any business going to make Southeast good for them or make Northern Nigeria great again. We don't have any business doing that. Let us focus on ourselves. I schooled in Obafemi Awolowo. I am an engineer today, and the quality of education. Kudos to the vision that Awo had. All the great things we did in Yoruba land, the first high-rise in Western Africa, the first TV station in Africa, and all those things. And we didn't have all this bickering, all this short-sightedness and unsophisticated way of doing things. People shout that Awo is tribalistic, this and that. Look at the top performers in his cabinet. They were not core Yoruba people. They were people from Midwestern areas. This guy worked with everybody. What he looked out for was capacity. And that was the issue he had against Akitola. Akitola was not a core guy that would be able to advance what Action Group was going to do. He wasn't going to follow the template of Papa. That was why Papa saw it ahead. So that even, and then he listened to people when they prevailed on him and everything. So Yoruba Gbodoronu, we need to go back. Even if there's restructuring, we can't go and be collaborating with Lebanese and all these funny people. Go and meet people that are the most advanced countries in the world. Those are people we should collaborate with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that submission, and great effect. Good to know that you're here. I just wanted to add something because very important. See, charity begins at home. In Awolowo's defense, in Papa's defense, he had built home. He had done well from 52 to 59. By the way, do you realize that many of the things all the things that Awolowo did, he did in 7 years? All. In fact, the education thing did not begin until 1955. Everything he did in 7. We're still talking about it in 2025. It's amazing. So he had done fantastically in the region, so he thought he was going to now take it to the next level, which makes sense. It's just that we will do it better. Let's put it that way. Let's go to maltuition now. Good evening, maltuition. This is 2025. I meant 2026. Sorry, Dr. Badru. Thank you. Yes, 2026.
Good morning.
All right, good evening.
Good evening. Good afternoon, house. Olutu, Ẹkáàbọ. I like your ensemble and that your zipper is powerful. She goes in every diamond. Thank you for your submission this evening. I think a number of things has come to light. I want to highlight just a few. I think we need to harmonize. Number one, we need to thank God for our fathers, our ancestors, from before Duduwa, after him, and how they've been able to build Yoruba land, the evolution, the science, the technology, down to Awolowo. I think God has graced us as a people. There is a calling over that space called Yoruba land. There's a grace for growth, grace for apostleship in different areas of life. If you look at it very well, like you rightly identified, we take for granted the things that we have. In Yoruba land, we have other 24 different sub-nationalities with kings, with history, with their own anthem, and so on and so forth. And that strength, that ability to, that federalism, that way I can speak, I can argue, is also our weakness. But within our DNA, you have the proof. We need to hamper back to our DNA. We have it in our proverbs, our songs, our dances, who we truly are. And that we should take preeminence over my little small interest or your little ambition. And we need to educate a whole host of people, not just a select few. And a way of passing this message at the nursery school level, primary school level, university, so that it permeates the society and the consciousness of our people, so that the more of us know our history, the more of us are secure in our identity, we can be of use to ourselves and to our community and ultimately the nation. And finally, it is true that the tragedy of the demise of the Western Union, unfortunately, is the tragedy and demise of Nigeria. So sad. Can you imagine if Tafawa Balewa did not plead the policy he played? Take a step backward. Can you imagine even the British haven't seen the star of Awo and Yoruba land and what they have achieved? I said, hey, guys, based on the evidence, so let's give them 7 years to run the federal system. Can you imagine where every nationality in Nigeria will have been? I'm telling you, sir, we're talking about El Dorado at infinitesimal level. It is not too late. We can still do it. But we have to educate, we have to encourage. And right now, the current man in power gets it. He's a political son of Papa Awolowo and all the people around him. And let's hope that people will rally around and with the good work they've started will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Math Treason. I really do appreciate that. It's a very, very fantastic submission. And we're just hoping that our own generation will make things better. And I'm reading something on YouTube, by the way. Yeah, so thank you very much for that. Our generation will make things better. And like someone said on YouTube, it says, I hope you read this. It says, what you're talking about concerning the shortcomings of Papa Awolowo, I believe that that's what Tinubu is observing presently. Yes, you are correct. You are correct. And even now, if you notice, I'm also not going directly. So, but thank you very much for what you wrote in the comments. You're very correct. If you like to support what we're doing, by the way, let me thank those who are giving gifts. I saw some money guns when I was speaking. I saw people giving gifts. I don't usually stop midway because of nothing per se. I don't want to have, so there will be no breaks. But thank you very, very much for your support. I really appreciate your generosity. Everyone who gifted, everyone, especially on TikTok. I was looking at TikTok. All the gifts you give, I really do appreciate it. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. If you'd like to support us, you sent money bomb. I didn't see the bomb. Not going to explode. Send it when it explodes. I'll let you know. Focus on. Whatever you are, whether you're on Facebook, on YouTube, or TikTok, or Twitter. If you'd like to support what we're doing, please use the bank details up here. Pretty girls, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Please use the bank details up here if you like. Wait, oh. No. There's something wrong with that number. Hey. Okay, one boy, I can call. And I'm going to remove it very soon because of restrictions that TikTok is doing. So it's a GT account. Kindly use that to support what we're doing. We have these sessions every day. So we'll be again tomorrow at 4 p.m. if we're time West African time. And your support will be greatly appreciated. All right, we're going to go to the final speaker for today. And then we'll move on from there. I don't send the whole of Amazon the Lord's Cup and channel. All right, King J. Danny or Dad Danny. Good evening.
Good evening, House. How are we doing?
Very well.
I want to say I am very, very impressed with the Nigerian youth and our exposure to the past. And please, I want us to be open-minded. I'm a Nigerian. In Yoruba, there's a saying, Ile labo si yoko. Nigeria is home. Whatever we do, the whole world fears Nigeria and what she could become. I will draw your attention to this. 1972, the Minister of State of the United States, which has a very high influence on the United Nations, on IMF and all that. And he said, and I quote, Africa must not progress. Why? Because she is too blessed, and if they know their worth, nobody will stop them. And immediately after that, something happened that till today, not many of us realize that that thing was a curse to us rather than to be a blessing. If we talk about individual ethnic group, we are shooting ourselves on the left.
It's okay. It's okay, please. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Where you're going, that's not what this platform is meant for.
No, I won't let me finish.
Okay, you have 1 more minute, please.
Yes, I know. You would have allowed me finish.
I'm allowing you now.
Okay. I am not ethnocentric. I am melanatric centric. That I'm a black person. I know a lot of us want Nigeria to break. But I want us to go back home. I know what you do. I've seen you on my FYP several times in the last couple of days. And the reason why I came up was to address you. I know you're a Yoruba man. You want a Yoruba nation.
You know I'm a Yoruba man. I want it. What makes you think I want Yoruba nation? Moderator even removed you. Yeah. What made you think I want Yoruba nation? Speaking English, Melocentric, King Bobo. What's it, Remy? Anything but him, I'm trying to man láti gbé wọn sókè. King Bobo Senatorial alone. You are not ethnocentric, you are melocentric. Ebo iná ni. Why are you black? Why can't you just be human? Why can't you just be human? So let's just say that you can't even say you're black, because if you're saying black, that means you're also creating division. Just be human. That's when you understand that life does not work like that.
Guys, Yoruba nation is not something that is coming. It exists. It exists.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Yoruba nation is not something that is going to happen. It exists. There's Yoruba nation now. For instance, Scotland is in the UK, but it's a nation. All this secessionist thoughts of I know what you are doing, you are trying to get it. What do you think you know? You don't know what you are saying. I'm even tired. You don't know what you are saying. Yoruba nation is not coming. I'm not one of those people saying we want a Yoruba nation. I live in Yoruba nation now. I'm already in Yoruba nation. England is in the UK. Northern Ireland is in the UK. Wales is in the UK. Scotland is in the UK. Check it right now. How many nations make up the UK? You will see 4. They are nations. You are the one who thinks you are a tribe in Nigeria, that you want to break out and go and become a nation. If you think nationhood has anything to do with sovereignty, it's because maybe that's what you think. That's not. I'm not looking for a way to break Nigeria. That's number 1. Number 2. Why do people think being ethnocentric is negative? Why? What point are you trying to prove? Like, what point are we trying to prove? I'm not egocentric, I'm not ethnocentric. Okay, what has that got to do with anything? And that's the funny thing. We had hours of conversation. At least you speak to what was discussed. If you cannot think, it's like living amongst many people. You have a surname, you have a family, you're not a vagabond, you have a source, you are rooted somewhere. You have to make that place right. To talk about that place in a right way, or to work towards the betterment of that space, does not mean you hate others. It is well. It is well. If we say you go and do, if you are looking for people that Azikiwe used to create Yoruba Federal Union, these are the people though. If you are saying, how is that possible? Why is that possible? Yoruba people will never do that. These are like this, so. May God bless you. May God bless you. But let me just advise you, my brother. I am a Yoruba man. I am a Nigerian, and both are not mutually exclusive. They can live together. There's nothing contrary. There's no problem with that. And every sane Nigerian should be concerned about what happens in his own enclave. If Yoruba people do well, if Yoruba space, Yoruba nation within Nigeria, Yoruba nation doesn't have to be a product of secession. Why are people thinking like this? This is 2026 now. If Yoruba nation does well within Nigeria, and the Hausas do well, the Kanoris do well, the Bibios do well, the Igbos do well, the Ijos do well, the Nopes do well, the Barabas do well, Bacham does well, you have the Angas that do well. If everybody does well, Nigeria is well. Why do you guys always think of Nigeria as one huge hole that you must just do one thing and everything will change? Even your family house, you can't fix everything in the same way on the same day. you have this magic wand to fix Nigeria? Who are these people? Who do you think you are? You cannot even take care of your father's house just like that. What makes you think you can fix Nigeria like that? Don't you understand you can parcel things? I don't want to go into technical details in business analysis and try to break it down. You parcel things so that they are manageable. Then you can build here. That one builds there. This one builds there. If I do this well and you do your own well and she does her own well and he does his own well, all of us are doing well. That's how Nigeria grows. Not all this highfalutin nonsense of I'm not ethnocentric, I'm decentralized, I belong to everybody, I belong to nobody is rubbish. You guys just hear it, you don't know what it means. It's the words of a vagabond that belongs nowhere, just drifting around the world. You can't hold him to anything. These were the rhetorics of those who were calling themselves Pan-Africanists in the first republic, and they all go. By the way, let me tell you one funny thing. Let me tell you one funny thing. The man who was shouting Pan-African, I belong to nobody, we are all one, we are beating one in Nigeria. He was planning for his own ethnicity to become the lord of your own group. While you are shouting, I'm the tribalized, I belong to everybody, I belong to nobody. I know about speaking English, or that it as well. Anyway, may God bless everybody. If you like, be ethnocentric. If you like, be detribalized. That's your business. Just shadow. You know one of the things I don't like when people say things like I know you, and then you go on to say things that I don't even represent. I know you want Yoruba nation. Says who? How many Yoruba agitators have I muted here because they will just be shouting want Yoruba nation? What are you doing now? I think the problem really is that people like extremes. One is Nigeria must break. We must break everything to pieces. The other one is Nigeria must be won by force. Indissolubility of the union. Both of you are not thinking straight. I don't know. It's not difficult now. Can you not stay in the middle of the road? I'm Yoruba and I want the best for my space. But that doesn't mean I hate you. I'm Nigerian. I also want the best for your place. Read Egbe Omoduduwa's charter. From the very beginning, 1945, your fathers were planning for development of Yoruba land as well as development of Nigeria. They planned it in 45, in 48, when they started going to join 47, and then it came out in 48, the charter in 48 in Lagos, in Lagos. Then in 51, when they started the action group, it's the same ideology that we live by. The best for Yoruba people, the best for Nigeria. But when you say things like, I don't want to be seen as Yoruba, I'm just Nigerian, you are a dull person. You have no plans for anybody because charity begins at home. May God bless you. I don't like all this detribalized nonsense. How did you get here? Let's have our anthems and go. May God bless you. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless every part of Nigeria. And I tell you this, it's not difficult though. Were we not prefects in school or class captain? Or maybe you took care of a fellowship, leading a fellowship in school. How do you achieve things as a fellowship leader? How did you do it as a class captain? It's the same thing. All of us will grow together. Why do you think churches have cells? What do you think the cell system is about? All these churches that you say are having satellite fellowship all over the place, why do you think they are doing it? Why do you think, and by the way, why do you think the church is the most successful organization in Nigeria? Why? Apart from Dangote, in fact more than Dangote, considering how much the influence they have. Why do you think the church is the most successful organization in this country? Forget religion. Are you looking at the workings of the system? There's a collective kidney that they have, but they also break things and they want to achieve greatness. Ademola says identifying by tribe creates more division to an extent. Guys, I'm tired. belong to a tribe. Yoruba is a nation. It has a language, has a culture, a worldview, a value system, an identity. I'm not a member of any tribe. Unless you're talking about within Yoruba nation. That's one. Number two. Because of what you said, just write in the comment section, please. What is the value system of Nigeria? I don't know. Is something wrong with Africans? We are the only continent that thinks this way, and it's colonialism. By the way, guys, this is the effect, the residue of colonialism. Do you see the Irishman say that Britain cannot work because it's different from the Scottish and the Welsh? Is he not proud of his identity? Does he hide it under a bushel to make you feel better? What's wrong with this continent? They colonized you, put you together by force. Back home, they are together, but they understand their differences. You are here. You were not together. They put you together. The people that put you together create a structure that is sensible, where everybody knows who they are. You are now here. You say that I don't want to say that I'm Yoruba because that means there's division. But there's division now. What do you mean it brings division? You are divided. Embrace it. Guys, you see this in Canada, you see it in Switzerland, you see it in Belgium, you see it in the UK. You come to Nigeria and say we want to unite. What are you uniting on? What does it mean to unite? What is the Nigerian identity? What's the value system? Ask yourself, why is it easy for you to become a British but you can't be an English person? Why? Because you say in Nigeria, say you're tribalistic. People don't have sense. Not you, but people just don't think it is. I'm sorry. Things like this, ethnic identity, conversations like this, it just makes me wonder, like, you were not even together. Listen, I've been Yoruba for thousands of years. Nigeria is 60-something years old. What makes you think that I will jettison? I mean, I'm not saying Nigeria means nothing, but why would I jettison what I have? It's like telling a Scottish person to jettison his Scottishness for being British. He will slap you. Do you think this thing is... I don't know how else to say it. Maybe we should do a series on it. Sorry, I know it's already time. It's just something I'm very passionate about. Like, is it that you have nothing to be proud of who you are, that you want to destroy everything to create something new with people who have less than you and who actually are not going to forget where they come from, even though what they have is less than your own? Thank you very much for listening to this session. May God bless everybody. If you want to be detribalized, continue. It's just that when something that happens now, they will show you Pepe. You will now go to the extreme. You will now hate them. See, that's what's happening on Twitter now. You will now begin to curse every ethnic group in Nigeria. Just be cursing them. Say because they've shown you Pepe, they will show you Pepe. Whether you know it or not, they will show you Pepe. Yes. If you are doing the tribalized, when they show you Pepe, you will now turn around and become extreme. You are the ones that now be saying Nigeria must break. People like the extremes. They will show you Pepe very well. You now say Nigeria must break. Me, it does not have to break. You just have to restructure it. But you have to structure it along the differences that we have. The differences are there. They will forever be there. Nothing is removing it. There will never be a Nigerian nation. Never. There will always be a Nigerian country. There will never be the erasure of other identities inside Nigeria because we want to have Nigeria. We're not going to erase people's identities. We're not going to tell EBBU to stop being EBBU because we want to have Nigeria. But they can remain in Nigeria and still be EBBU. Why do you have a problem with that? Must they now go to the extreme of saying we must break away before you now let them understand that we are all brothers in Christ? And all these things about we are all black, I hate that thing. I don't use that word hate frivolously. I hate it. I'm black, and so is the Irish not white? Is the Englishman not white? Are they brothers because they are both white? Is the Japanese not quote unquote yellow? Is the Chinese not that same color or whatever? Are they the same? What points do Africans want to prove? You will not make progress. You build nothing. You create nothing. You just be fighting over nonsense ideas that were given to you by your colonialists. Even this Pan-Africanist idea was a product of colonialism. They gave you. You didn't even come up with it. It was not even your own. Pan-African. You were given. There was never a time in the history of the world when there was one Africa. Never happened. We just carry, I just build nothing, structure nothing. But we must prove it. So we're going to spend our lifetime proving the point, like we must be one. Says who? Scotland is doing well. China is doing their own. Japan is doing their own. Switzerland is doing their own. No, what our own job in life is to be united. Like Shebaka, I be man you. You must be united. Must be united. Must be united. You are dying like this, creating nothing, but you must be united. You must prove that the colonial experiment works. That's your job. It works. The British must be right. They created this identity. It must work. That's your own job. Everybody is building cars and doing and changing their lives and putting people out of poverty and turning things around. You don't care about that structure. You don't care. Your own job is to be united. Guys, I can't wait till 11 p.m. alone because this thing is actually very, very painful. Why is it that our lot in life is to be united? Everybody can grow, but our own is we must prove that we are united. What kind of nonsense is this? You look at your friends in different countries, you now begin to wonder there's something wrong with. And it's like the book that Pastor Matthew wrote, Awolowo, what's wrong with being black? We are the only ones that talk like this. We must be united. Go and tell the Japanese that they should be united with the Chinese, that must be united with the Japanese because they look alike, quote unquote, because they don't like saying that, but you get the point. They look alike, so say we are black. Do I look black to you like this? This is not black, by the way. This is brown. I was going to say caramel, but it's not caramel. I'm brown. Black, you call. I'm not from Sudan. I'm not, forget, I'm not. All kinfolk is not kinfolk. Study European history. Please, I'm begging you, study European history. You say we are black. Before Igbo came, did you do you are black, we are black? Have you ever heard study Yoruba history or African history that we have a relationship because we are black? We traded based on interest. Had nothing to do with color. Who came up with racial stratification and categorization? The whites. Europeans gave you the idea. He's black, he's white. He's black, he's white. I don't want to be Yoruba, but I want to be black. You just left one identification for another. Interestingly, the Yoruba one is even organic. The one that is synthetic is the one that you now want. I'm black. Black for what? Hello, Olole. Kari says you are not Jubilee of Sudan. Empress calls me caramel. I like caramel. I think it's brown though. But black is Sudan. I mean, they are black. Some of them are black. These are the things that create inferiority complex in the mind of people. What makes you great is your identity, your history. You jettison that and start afresh on blackness. You now be looking at Egypt, Nubia. They'll be telling you stories from Kemet. Ask them about Yoruba history, nothing. They'll be shouting Kemet. Isn't it somebody's hometown that's Kemet? Where's your own hometown? May God bless you. May God keep you and cause His face to shine upon you on your way to Egypt. All right. Molole, we'll have another session tomorrow at 4 p.m. if your time was African time. Thank you very much for listening. And if you felt, like I was so harsh on that matter, I had to be. I wasn't even harsh. I was smiling for the most part, because you don't know how painful the thing that guy is. Those two people said, you don't know how painful that thing is. You don't. That's one of the reasons we're not growing. You mentioning British, you mentioning black you call. I'll call you by ethnicization. I'm not ethnocentric. Hey, boy, nani. I'm not into Ẹgbẹ̀yìn China kọ́lé láàrin oṣù kan, wọ́n kọ́ skyscraper láàrin oṣù kan, ẹ̀yin máa pariwo unity. Ẹ wò, mo lọlé. Thank you very much for listening. May God bless every part of this country called Nigeria. I can't believe it's almost done, but it is what it is. Here's Nigerian national anthem and the Yoruba anthem. Please listen and sing along if you can. Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain.
Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀. Bang 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 on echo. Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wo ni wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Nàìjíríà ò ní bàjẹ́, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá náà ò ní bàjẹ́. Obi ta rú èdè ta gbòǹgbòdè láti máa ṣoríire láti máa rí ìròyìn ayọ̀. Àní gbọ́ ìró ìbànújẹ́ sẹ́ni kankan ní wà lágbára Ọlọ́run. And may we be wise not to be chasing shadows, but to understand that we build structures, not to be assuming that once you're shouting unity, Nigeria will work. It is not like that. When it worked, it did not work because we're shouting unity. It worked because they have structures and they built accordingly. That's what we need to do. We'll unite based on interest, not based on I follow thing. But may God bless you. May God bless your family. God bless the work of your hands. May God bless Yoruba land. May God bless every part of Nigeria. Thank you very much for being part of this session. We'll have another fantastic time together at 4 p.m. if you're time West African time tomorrow. Do have a lovely evening. God bless you. Odaro. Mr. Dungus, thank you very much for being here. Odaro. Mr. Alekon. Otojometa. Empress Adeglo, thank you. Thank you, Kekan. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Lori. Good night, everybody. God bless you. Oh, Remy Guy, Odaro, T. Odaro, Eshel. Thank you. I'm saying, oh, okay, it's Olekon. Good night.